Wake up. I'm safe. Kind of bad when me drink last night just today.
No, no, no. Okay, make 35. 35. Okay, whatever.
Good morning. Welcome to day 3 of the CG United CWI Women's Super 50 cricket tournament right here at Cumberland, as we're witnessing the final matchup between the Trinidad and Tobago women's and the Barbados women's. The Barbados team for today is Aliyah Aline, Trisha Holder, Alicia Bowman, Asabi Calendar, Shanika Bruce, Alison Garden, Ebony Brathwaite, Shamilia Connell, Nijani Kamabash, Alicia Scantleberry, and Shakira Selman. Opening the innings for the Bajans are Brathwaite and Scantleberry. As I said, good morning to my co-commentator, Sylvanus. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to viewers and listeners to this Super 50 overs women cricket tournament here in Camlin Park in the western side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Right now the sunshine is with us and we're going to witness the first delivery from Mohammed. Of course, Trinidad is in the outfield. Barbados having won the toss and electing to bat, and we're expecting to see a very keen contest between these two.
Yeah, keen contest indeed, and with the likes of Alicia Mohammed, who picked up 8 wickets in her last encounter at Park Hill. She is hoping to continue that bowling form that she's in.
Yeah, and she's in immaculate form, definitely. I witnessed that match in the northeast of St. Vincent at Park Hill, and she was really weaving web all around the Guyanese. And here she is today. I saw the delivery from her a while ago, just turning sharply and just missing the off stump. And here's another one again that beat the batter all ends up. This one is just pitched on about the off stump and just turning. Great delivery and a good start for Trinidad so far.
Yeah, excellent start there for Trinidad and Tobago. Taking strike is Alicia Scantleberry, and her partner is Ebony Brathwaite. The hard-hitting Ebony Brathwaite, as we see 4 consecutive dot ball to start proceedings here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, well, Trinidad, having won against Guyana, would like to come here and win this game again here at Cumberland. The girls are in high spirit. I've been speaking to their coach as well, and they say they're in good spirits. So too is the Barbadian team. So while Trinidad will look for an early breakthrough here, Barbados on the other hand, having lost to Jamaica as well, would look for a better showing here today.
That's the end of the first over. No runs on the board as yet, and a really, really good breezy condition, little overcast here at Cumberland. Trinidad and Tobago in the field. Barbados winning the toss and opted to bat. They're yet to get off the mark. Very good start here by Trinidad and Tobago as they continue from the last encounter at Park Hill. Here hoping to get the better of the Bajans.
Yes, and we're hoping the weather has not really played a major part per se in the tournament, but here down in the western side here at Cumberland, we have some very heavy cloud covers. There was some overnight showers, but that has just caused a short delay of a prompt start today, but we're expecting and hoping that we will see a full day's play of 50 overs today.
Well, what I can say is, Sylvanus, this is the type of condition I love to play cricket in, where it's cool, the sun is not out. And as I speak, the sun is peeping out. A very good delivery there again from Trinidad as we see Ramharak into the attack. So that's 7 consecutive deliveries on the trot.
Yes, and Barbados will definitely be up against it. They already should be conditioned their mind to come up against a lot of spin, and here's one that really turned. But again, the bounce is there and it just misses the middle stump actually. So that's another beautiful delivery there from, I think it's the vice skipper Ramharat. She too had a very good game in Park Hill. Both herself and Mohammed have bowled unstoppable in that innings, bowling out Guyana. So the Barbadian would have to be very watchful in this tournament against these two.
Well, as you made mention there, the Trinidad and Tobago teams will definitely love what is on offer there to them. Getting a lot of toe on the bounce and the toe, and they have the likes of a lot of spin in their lineup here, Sylvanus. Unlike Barbados, who went a full pace against the Leeward Islands at Park Hill.
So it's still early days yet, and we hope that we would see Barbados putting on a fighting total. I think from what we are seeing, the pitch condition seems to be pretty okay, but I think it will be very slow, and I think probably suit the Trinidad bowlers. But I think the Bajans will have to apply themselves if it's going to get anything over close to 150 thereabout.
Well, applying herself here is Scantlebury. She is a none from 8 deliveries, and Brathwaite is 1 from 3. We are in the second over, being bowled by Karishma Ramharat. Called wide by the umpire. So Barbados get a move on 2 without loss in the second over. Our force over from the river end is Ramharak. And from the pavilion end was Anisia Mohammed. Beautiful delivery there again. Quick single taken. So at the end of the second over, the score is now 3 without loss. To continue proceedings here at Cumberland from the pavilion end is Anisia Mohammed. In her second over will be bowling to Scantlebury, who is on 1. The Barbados have 3 without loss from 2 overs. Another beautiful delivery there from Mohammed straight to mid-off. And somewhere along the line today, we'll see some fans, some spectators will be here on show. Beautiful bowling there again by Anisia Mohammed. Mid-off and mid-on is Kana and Kirby. 2 of the better fielders in that position, as we see another quick single taken right there. Candid the feeling for the Trinidad and Tobago woman. And the Barbados are now 4 without loss in over number 3.
Yes, wasn't it? And one of the things which we are seeing here from the Barbadian against its Trinbago attack is that they are reaching out to the deliveries, unlike what I would have seen the Guyanese fail to do and what would have caused them their wicket. They have been popping the ball, and here is one tossed up in the air. She could be out, and there's the first wicket for Barbados. I was just going to say that, wasn't it, that what we did not see at Park Hill is that the Guyanese were not reaching out to smother the spin, and they were putting themselves in a lot of complication. And here it is now, Barbados, who was showing signs of positive defense. This one was tossed up, and she just came forward, but didn't get quite to the pitch of it. Didn't hit it with any power, but only managed to sky to just mid-off, who just runs around and take an easy catch. So Barbados has lost their first wicket with the score on 4-4. Barbados losing their first wicket here in the third over.
Well,
Your thoughts?
Well, what I know of the Barbados team, they would not have wanted to see the back of their hard-hitting, well-informed batter of Brathwaite, but unfortunately she have to go for only a score of 1. And Anisa Mohammed continued that form that she's in and picked up her first wicket here at Cumberland. Beautiful bowling from her. 1.5 overs, 1 run, 1 wicket.
So it's still early days yet, and let's hope that Barbados will be able to settle in for the sake of making a good total here, that these two batters at the crease will be able to stabilize the innings and ensure that a total, they put on a good total at the front so that the back end batters would be able to come in and be able to explode. What they would not want, Barbados, is to have the Trinidad and bowlers being on top of them all the time. And here is one for Mohammed, pitch wide off the stump. The batsman didn't have to play, and the third over has come to an end. Mohammed definitely, with all her experience as a West Indies player, and opening this bowling attack for Trinidad again, bowling from the southern end this time, wearing the number 14 jerseys, no doubt would be deeply etched in the mind of the Barbadian batters. But cricket, you play what you see and you don't play by name.
Yeah, well said there, Sylvanus. Really good going here by Trinidad and Tobago women. 4 for 1 in over number 3. Remember, it's a 50 over contest here at Cumberland. As I mentioned before, it's a bit overcast. As we see the likes of Charisma Ramharak. Our first over went for 3. She's into her second over here at Cumberland. Doing well at the Trinidad and Tobago's ladies.
So we're still in the first hour of the power play as Ramna Harat will take it up from the southern end, and here's a delivery, beautifully bowled, bringing the batsman forward and just missing that outside edge. The keeper collected cleanly, and she has continued from where she left off, as we have alluded to earlier at Park Hill. She continued to bowl well, a very tight line indeed, and getting the ball to spin. And I had a look at the wicket, Rajiv, and definitely it is pretty slow due to some overnight showers. No doubt the wicket would have been covered, and the sweat from it, there will be some early moisture. And again, this one bouncing and turning. It's really, 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 really some top-class spin bowling here from the lads, the Trinidad Divas. Number 7. Ramharak continue to bowl well here at the Cumberland playing field in St. Vincent. As we see the contest between bat and ball, between these two islands, Trinidad and Tobago, land of steel band, and Barbados, the land of flying fish, as we would say. It's always good to have some cricket, and especially to see the ladies out there in the middle.
Yeah, certainly happy to see the ladies out here in the middle. And the Barbados team definitely have 2 of the batters there who definitely need to dig deep, and deep as possible is Cumberbatch and Scanterbury, who is there doing battle here for Barbados against Trinidad and Tobago. But what I will definitely love to see, Sylvanus, for Ramharak is a leg slip and a second slip as well, because she's getting the ball to turn both ways. Beyond a beautiful delivery there.
Yes, Rajiv, and you had seen from her bowling that she's not giving them anything to drive. She's just there just teasing the batsman to come forward, and a kind of tentative, wanting to do so.
So doing well here again is Trinidad and Tobago at the end of over number 4. The score is 6-4-1 at Cumberland playing field as we see Anisha Mohammed back with ball in hand for her third over, leading the pack here for Trinidad and Tobago women. See the likes of Khan and Kirby stationed in those areas, mid-on and mid-off. Another beautiful delivery there by Anisha Mohammed, who continues that great performance, picking up 8 wickets for 11 runs from her allotted 10 overs in a Park Hill. Now 1 for 1, and she's into her third over, sporting the number 14 to short for Trinidad and Tobago. Loud appeal, not outsays by the umpire.
Yeah, she's bowling a very tidy line. This one just pitched on about middle and off stump, but I think the umpire, there was a loud appeal there, but that one was turning too much. As I said, both bowlers are extracting a lot of turn out of this wicket, which is turning very sharply indeed. So Trinidad, Barbados have their work cut out for them. They will really have to work and walk the ball around. We haven't seen any boundaries yet. It's still early days. But Mohammed trying for Trinidad. And here's a drive, take the inner half of the bat. And mid-on runs a run to a wideish mid-on really. And collects the batsman 2 for 1. So that's a good positive sign because not too many deliveries we have seen being full up to the bat. But this one was driven and took the inner half. She was intending to have it a bit straighter, but it took the inner half of the bat and went to the wideish mid-on position. And here's the delivery beating the edge of the bat again. As the batsman is making all the effort she can to reach out to that delivery. Very teasing delivery from Mohammed. Bowling right arm over the wicket from the commentary end. And this one, she's coming forward and squeezing it out. Just was able to get bat onto ball there. Very good and tidy over there. So at the end of over number 5, Barbados winning the toss and electing to bat. And now 7 for 1. The sun is out with us again, and it's always good to see the sun out, Rajiv.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see the sun out, and we both know that cricket don't really play in the rain. So it's happy for the players, happy for the fans and the viewers at here at Cumberland. And one thing to make mention of, Sylvanus, the Trinidad and Tobago definitely could go all spin here because they still have the likes of Jairam, they still have the likes of Ramnath, and also they have the likes of Nadia Mohammed, who do some medium pace, and Hari Charan. So they definitely could go all spin here with a turning wicket here at Cumberland against this Barbados lineup with the score now at 8-4-1 in the 6th over. Batting for Barbados is Scantlebury and Cumberbatch. Another beautiful delivery there again. Good line, good length. A little bit of bounce there for Ram Harak, who continues to do well here for Trinidad and Tobago. Lots of turn and offer. Lots of turn there for Ram Harak. Good going here by Trinidad and Tobago.
It's a very difficult period for the Barbadian batters, and they have to be very, very watchful and be selective in the shots that they will be playing, because as we have mentioned and will continue to mention, that the wicket is turning and And both Mohammed and Ram Harak is extracting a lot of turn and bounce out of the wicket, making it extremely difficult for the Barbadian players to even come forward. And this one, a beauty, beating her all ends up as she pushes, trying her best to get to the pitch, but beat her all ends up. Another beauty there from Ram Harak, and how well she has been bowling Karishma Ram Harak.
Now, when you're a batter, Sylvanus, and you don't know which way the ball is thrown, it's very, very difficult for you as a batter. So what you need to basically do is pick those deliveries from the arm of the bowler. And if you're not able to do that, then you definitely find yourself in some problems.
Well, yeah, it's all about concentration. That is part of the game, and you have to be able to be concentrating and able to watch and pick that line of delivery, because the thing about it, some batters do read bowlers from the hand and others read off the pitch. So it's whichever it works for you, that you will do. But you have to be very, very, very light-footed out there when it comes to spin. I know for sure. So that with these bowlers spinning so much, you have to be able to reach out and smother that spin as well.
Well said, as we see Mohammed, Anissa Mohammed, that is continue from the pavilion end. Another ball driven back to her will be fielded by Kana. The Bajans, another single to them. Get the total up from 8 to 9 for the loss of 1 wicket in over number 7, that is. So beautiful going here by the Trinidad and Tobago woman, as we see the likes of Kirby at mid-off and Khan at mid-on. Beautiful day by Mohammed, looking to pick up our second wicket. Just dropped short of the field right there. Beautiful effort. And she's bowled, as we made mention now. The ball is swinging both ways. You don't know which way the ball is going. It's important, as you mentioned, try to read it off the pitch. If you cannot read it, out the bowler's hand. And Anissa Mohammed picked up her second wicket here at Cumberland. The Bajans are now 9-4-2. The outgoing batter is Scantlebury. And the new batter to the crease is Asabi Calendar. Will be teaming up with Kamabach.
Yes, Rajiv, we've been saying it all morning from the time this match has started, and we have seen how good these Trinidad opening bowlers are, both Ram Harak and Mohammed, Anissa Mohammed, very experienced bowlers, and they've been putting the ball just in the right areas, getting the bounce, getting the turn. This is the perfect wicket for their type of bowling, and have been causing a lot of trouble to the Bajan batters. Scantlebury, however, was showing good sign of reaching out to the length of delivery, but this one, she would have been better advised to come forward as she was playing earlier, but she chose to stand on the back foot. This one really caught her in no man's land, and then rather than coming forward, was playing back and lose her leg stump. Beautiful delivery indeed by Mohammed, and she again would feel very, very happy with that wicket. She has been plugging away, and just on about middle and off stump, she has been bowling and really creating problems for the batters here.
Well, she will have a new batter to bowl to of the likes of Asabi Calendar, sporting the number 32 on her back. Beautiful delivery there again. Still searching for her third wicket here to put Trinidad and Tobago woman in a commanding position with the score on a 9-4-2 in the 7th over. Bowling well here for Trinidad and Tobago is Anissa Mohammed, the veteran.
So Mohammed being stopped in her run up there for this concern. Umpire Crawford out of Jamaica signaling dead ball. We have lost the sunshine here. The sunshine playing some cat and mouse with us, as I say. There's a heavy cloud cover in between. But Right now, no near threat of rain as yet, and we hope that we will have a full day's play as Mohammed moves in again, and that nagging line she continues to bowl. Continues to bowl that nagging line. You can see she's very businesslike and she's enjoy what she's doing and really, really, really continue to cause problem here for the Bajan batters. And this one could be dangerous as could be a very near miss. And I think in the umpire's opinion, Rajiv, from where we are not straight on, we're kind of side on. The umpire is in a perfect position, but given that the bunks and the turn that is taking place out there, I think the umpire might have had some doubt.
Yeah, that delivery definitely have a lot of tone in it as we see the replay here now. Yeah, that seems to be drifting down leg, and so basically good decision there by the umpire as the end of the over. The score is now 9-4-2 after 7 overs. Good going here by Trinidad and Tobago women. But the question is, how many overs would you want to give your front bowlers? I remember the game at Park Hill. The 2 opening bowlers definitely bowl their allotted overs, and that basically picking up all the wickets for against Guyana.
Well, I'll say this to you, Rajiv. As the old proverb saying goes, if something is not broken, don't change it. And we would have seen that in Park Hill, where these two was really turning weave around the Guyanese, and the captain said, you know what, we'll bowl right through. There's no need to change.
But I would definitely still love to see here for Ramharak is a second slip and a leg slip. Definitely would love to see her because she getting the ball to move both ways. And we see a quick single be taken. Could be trouble for Barbados. But well judged run there by both batters. Get the score, move on from up to 10 for the loss of 2 in over number 8.
Yeah, Brianna Harrigan there, backward square, was a bit slow on that delivery. It really should not have been a run. She should have effected a run out, but she was a bit tardy there, getting slow to the ball, and then the batsman was able to make their ground. So another single to Barbados, welcome single indeed, because it has been a very, very, very tough going for them with these opening bowlers here from Trinidad, both Ramharak and Mohammed. As Ramnamak picks it up from the other end again, and wow, I'm telling you, it's really, 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 really difficult out there for the Barbadians from what we are seeing here. The bounce and the torn, they're finding it very difficult to negotiate, but they have to stick it out. This is the game. It's a mental game. It's a mental toughness. Barbados, on the other hand, would really love to get on with it, but it's not so easy because these bowlers are hardly giving anything away, Rajiv. Well, as we say, it's still early days, but yet the Trinidadians are in very good spirit, and as we say, the tail is up, and the bowlers are doing, the opening bowlers are doing extremely well. The Bajan batters, front-end batters, are finding it very, very, very difficult. They have not been given anything to overpitch, nothing wide to go at, and they have been probing all along, and it's not something that the team would want to see their batters do. They will have to definitely, as I say, have light feet and try and move out to these spinners and try to push the ball around. Maybe find the gaps, and have the score taking over. There's almost a mix-up there as this one was walked out onto the onside to backward square and mid-wicket run around. Missed, and the batters there, both Calendar and Holer, almost stopping mid-pitch as it was well shadowed there by the mid-wicket fielder. And this could be, wow, it was drifting down leg, it looked like. Yes, and they are scampering to for a second run. Let's wait for the signal. no signal, so there was some bat onto the ball while just missing. Had it not been for that ball hitting the edge of the bat and running down to the fine leg boundary, well, it didn't get to the boundary, but running down to the fine leg position, it could have been a close call. So here's a shot. Both the mid-off and the mid-on coming across, but the batsman was able to get one. Of course, Calendar wearing the 32 jersey. And here's one of the better shots for the morning, hit by Holder out to the deep cover boundary, and the batsman, or batswomen, we should say, the batters return for two to push the score along. It's Najani Comerbat and not Holder.
It's a really good going here by Trinidad and Tobago. The Bajans definitely trying to get every runs that is given to them, no matter at what cost. Doing well here. Another swing, big heave there. Another dot ball to Anisia Mohammed. Beautiful going here by Trinidad and Tobago at the end of over number 9. The score is 16 for the loss of 2 wickets. Batting for Barbados is Kamabach and Calendar.
Yes, Rajiv, we have seen some positive signs there coming from Kamabach, who's trying to get on with it. She's not going to be bogged down by the Trinidad bowlers, who have been bowling very well indeed, and she's making use of anything over pitch, and she has been able to play some shots, so to speak, which we were not seeing in the earlier overs, to push the score along up to 16 for 2. Barbados winning the toss and electing to bat, and here's another one that was well played again, bunks and turn, but she was able to get on top of it. That is Calendar, and running it down into the short gully position. Cover comes around to her left. Of course, that's a vacant gully position, and she was able to get one. So it's Comerbatch now and not Holder. My apologies for saying Holder. It's Najani Comerbatch who's facing up to Ram Harak. Barbados looking for their 3rd wicket here. Sorry, Trinidad looking for their 3rd wicket, but Barbados having different ideas and looking to get on with it. Here is a aggressive shot, looking to hit through the line. She was trying to get it a bit straighter, but it peeled off of the inner half of the bat, and she got it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. So we are seeing, Rajiv, some positive signs here from the Bajans. They're not going to just stick around and push and prod. And here's a shot. A beautiful shot this time. Beautiful shot from Calendar. Bat to ball, and she gets it over long on for 4.
Well, what I could say, I remember looking at their game against the Leeward Islands in Park Hill, doing some commentary on that game as well. And the likes of Kamabach and Calendar basically take their team, Barbados, out of a hole that they were in. Very, very good partnership. I think Kamabach went on to make 60. Despite having a niggle, she bat through and bat deep as possible, giving them that total of 140 plus. And in that game that they went on to win against the Leeward Islands.
And I really like the approach of Calendar, both Calendar and Comerbatch. Calendar, who has opened the innings and been there for some time now. She continues to bat on to ensure that Barbados get some runs on the tin. So there comes the 11th over, the 10th over, the 10th over, and it's now 23 for 2 after the 10th over. And we see now the first power play has come to an end. And there is a change of bowling. And who is it will be coming here from this? And I'll tell you that in a bit, as her long hair is hiding her number on her back. And it looks like Ramnat. Samara Ramnat, yeah, she's picking it up. She'll be replacing Mohammed. Seems to be a very athletic in her approach. Okay, she's be bowling off spin, right arm, over the wicket. That's Calendar.
Well, what I could say about these Trinidad and ladies, Sylvanus, you don't know what to expect from these bowlers. As I made mention that they do have a lot of spin in their attack. They still have Harry Charan. They still have the likes of Jairam as well. And we just see the likes of Ramnat as well. Anisa Mohammed and Ramarat.
Well, it could be a good strategy by Trinidad to, unlike the match they played at Park Hill, where both Ramharak and Mohammed bowled right through and bowled out the Guyanese. This is the first change they're having against the Bajans, which we'll wait to see, and that's another beauty being bowled here by Ramnat, as this one beat the outside edge, beat the keeper. Gully and slip give chase, and the batsman was able to come for 2. So I guess the Barbadian batters will be well relieved of these welcome singles, and they keep rotating the strike, and that is a good sign to see.
Yeah, rotating the strike. You're not getting the boundaries. It's important to eliminate the dot balls. Take every single that is given to you, and that is what the Bajans are doing. But the likes of Ramnat will definitely have a different plan, trying to pick up her 4th wicket here. So far, 3 overs, 3 runs. That's 3 delivery, make it 4 for only 1 run. So she's doing well here. Continue from the pavilion end where Anisia Mohammed has a bowl. So definitely continue the pressure here on the Bajans. Really good going here by Trinidad and Tobago. But how would the Bajans cope with this pressure? The likes of Calendar and Kamabach. Calendar is on 10 from 13. Kamabach is 8 from 21. 27 for 2 are Barbados, as the 11th over come to an end. They score on 27 for the loss of our 2 wickets.
Yes, and Barbados trying to stage a comeback here after losing 2 early wickets. Both Calendar and Kamabach are really getting into their strides now and have been pushing the ball around, getting the ball in the gaps, and where there's any loose delivery, which we have not seen much of it for this duration of the match from the 3 bowlers. There were 1 or 2 over pitch deliveries, and they were able to make good use of them by pushing them into the gaps and rotating the strike nicely. So the Barbadians will be feeling much easier with their adrenaline flowing now. But again, the Trinidadians will have different ideas. And it seems like another bowling change has been enacted at the southern end, Rajiv.
Yeah, and that's the likes of Brianna Haricharan with ball in hand. I would basically consider her to be a mystery spin as well for the Trinidad and Tobago, as we see a loose delivery on offer, and only one run taken there. That one should have definitely be somewhere in the road for a maximum. When those deliveries serve up to you, you're not getting the boundaries. It's important to capitalize on those bad deliveries. But Harry Charan gets away with that, and Barbados moves up from 27 to 28 for the loss of 2, bringing the likes of Calendar into strike. She's on 10 from 14, Cumberbatch 9 from 22 here at Cumberland. A little bit slow through the air there is Harry Charan pulling to a Calendar. That slip is Anisia Mohammed waiting for that edge. So Harry Charan is searching for her fourth wicket. Trinidad and Tobago is searching for their third, as we see a lighter drizzle here at Cumberland. And that one is up in the air, should be taken. It should be an easy catch, dropped. And how costly can this catch be for the Trinidad and Tobago woman, as the score remains on 28-4-2 here at Cumberland.
Unfortunately, and a very sad miss there for the Trinidadians. And Ramnat denied her first wicket there. There's a delivery that was pitched up and was turning. Calendar going for the overhead hit, went for the big drive, so to speak, and only gets it as far as extra cover, and she was put down, unfortunately. You can see the Trinidadians hanging their heads down, disappointed in that poor bit of feeling there, that drop catch, which could have resulted in Barbados losing their third wicket. So, Calendar lives to fight. That resulted in a single. Cumberbatch now will take strike from Ramnat. And here's this one. Stroke up to mid-off. With some authority. Since the change in the first two bowlers, we have seen a little bit more positivity in the batting from Barbados. Of course, they would like to know that the ball is coming on a bit quicker onto the bat, Rajiv. And Calendar opening up here, as this ball was short and she was on the back foot and pulling out to deep mid-wicket and got one. This brings the 12th over. Yes, 12th over. So Barbados now are 30 for 2. Could have been 30 for 3. But they are 30 for 2 nonetheless. As both Calendar and Cumberbatch continue to fight for Barbados and try to ensure that Barbados have a real chance in this game. We are seeing a little slight drizzle here now, Rajiv. We hope that it would not be anything to create any stoppage to this game. But right now, you're not missing any cricket, so the game continues as Ramnat will take it up from the southern end. And there's the wicket for Ramnat. This time, this ball was pitched between the middle and off stump, and just turning back, it struck Calendar, it is? Cumberbatch. Cumberbatch has to go, struck a plumb in front, and the umpire taking his time and raising that jetted finger as the drizzle now is becoming a little heavier. The umpire now meeting at mid-pitch to decide what is happening. We see now they have called on the covers and the players are coming off. So in this, the 13th over of the Barbados innings, 13th over bowled by Trinidad. The covers are coming on and the Barbados are now 30 for 2, 3, 30 for 3 as we take a break here now.
All right, welcome back here at Cumberland playing field. Passing showers, the cloud, the sun is back out, the batters are back out on the field. And let me just say welcome back here to Cumberland playing field. Witnessing the matchup between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. Barbados batting, win the toss and opted to bat the score on 34-3 in the 13th over. As once again I welcome my co-commentator of Sylvanus.
Yeah, welcome back here at the Cumberland playing field. Thank you, Rajiv, as we continue lovely cricket here between these two islands, Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad Divas, they call themselves. The Barbadians. We just had a short, sharp shower that lasted some 5 minutes, but the umpires was taking precaution as there was a dark cloud hanging overhead. As play resumed here, Barbados were on 30 for 3, the fourth delivery there. Since the resumption of play, the batsman are being beaten outside the off stump. Again, we have lost the sunshine here at Cumberland. So, the match having been reduced now to, following the short shower, have been reduced to 48 overs. We hope that there will be no further reduction, as we hope to have a very interesting contest here between both teams, Barbados and Trinidad. Not our batsman before the short break. Calendar. Azap Calendar, she was on not out on 11 of 17 deliveries. So towards Najani Komabach, she had 10 from 25 overs. They have now pushed on the score. Barbados now rotating the strike very nicely, something that we did not see earlier, Rajiv.
Yeah, with the likes of the captain for Barbados, the Alia Aline, and we know what she's capable of doing, but what she needs to do is play smart cricket from here, get her team into a commanding total where they can believe that they could defend anything that they post over, anything over 100, with the likes of a Calendar there as well, still batting on 12 from 19. The Bajans move up to 32 for 3 in over number 16.
Yes, well, Sharigan, with different ideas, trying her, seems to have hurt herself as that ball was driven back to her, the last ball of that delivery, the 13th over, came to an end. She was rather struck on the knee. That ball driven back by the skipper Ali in there, wearing the 28 jersey. Did not caught her hands on her way back, but rather her knee. So she's in some pain and getting some attention right now with the magic spray. So you're not missing any cricket. And she's back up on her feet now. Of course, Rajiv, you know that these balls, when they hit, depends on where they catch you. When they do not connect to the fleshy part, it's very painful. But she's okay now. She's moving about very, energetic again with a slight hop. But that magic spray work magic for her, and soon the pain will be gone.
Yeah, well, that's one thing I could say about that magic spray. I've used it on several occasions and it worked wonders, Sylvanus. But as we get older, the pain seems to reappear. As we see the continue here from the Cumberland playing field, Brianna Haracharan continue from the Riverside end, bowling her second over. Her first went for 3. Continue to do well here for Trinidad and Tobago as they search for their 4th wicket in this encounter against Barbados. Another beautiful delivery there, driven right back to Harry Charan. Sporting the number 32 on her back for Barbados is Asabi Calendar. Digging deep here for Barbados Pride. Another beautiful delivery. A little slight full toss. Didn't get the treatment that it deserved. Went straight to the field there. Of Brittany Cooper. Harry Charana continues to do well here for Trinidad. One drifting down the leg side. Really good going here from Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados 32-4-3 here at Cumberland. Both teams, Sylvanus would definitely love to get their hand on a win here at Cumberland.
Yes, they both lost one game each, and the battle is really to see who will come out on top here. And for the likes, well, for the hope of our spectators and for the good of West Indies cricket, we want to see a very good match. We want to see batters putting their head down and bat for long periods. Well, I mean, it's over. It's a 50 overs tournament, but this match have been reduced to 48. And no doubt both teams realizing that Barbados in particular will want to really get among the runs here today. They have their ups and downs. As far as the runs are concerned, I think it's one time they might have gotten just over 100. And they would definitely like to change that narrative here today.
Well, they have lost to Jamaica. And that game, Barbados were in a commanding position to win that game, but that's cricket. Here at Cumberland, they are 32-4-3 in over number 14 as we see Ramnat continue for Trinidad and Tobago. Another single taken there.
Yeah, and what we have noticed with since the two changes, Rajiv, is that the two forced changes for Trinidad, they are bowling a bit quicker, and hence Barbadian batters enjoys the ball coming onto the bat. And I've seen Captain Aline, who is really playing deep into a crease and able to turn the ball on the onside frequently, whereas the opening bowlers, all your batters who have lost their wicket, they are finding it difficult coming forward. So we are seeing a different strategy being employed here by both Aline and Calendar. So Ramnara to try again as Asap Calendar faces up to her, and that is a beauty, absolute beauty, Rajiv. This one was given a bit of air, it pitched, it brought Calendar forward, but she was totally and comprehensively beaten all ends up.
Well, as I made mention earlier on that the Trinidad and Tobago have a heavy pack spin lineup that you do not know what coming at you as a batter, because I will make mention they still have the likes of the 15-year-old Jairam still there. They still have the likes of Nadia Mohammed, who is a medium pace, get a lot of swing from throughout the air. So with the likes of Ramnat bowling the way she's bowling here at Cumberland, this one is lofted and to the boundary for 4. And it's been a while that we haven't saw a boundary here at Cumberland.
Well, yes, and this is a good sign for cricket and a good sign for the Barbadians as well, because I'm sure Trinidad would not like that. They were on top of the batters earlier, but now we are seeing these two, Captain Aline as well as Calendar, now taking the attack to the bowlers. So Calendar will have none of it. She has been beaten a couple times, but she decides to take her chances when they come.
Well, as we see, the mid-on has been pushed back too long on. Another beautiful delivery there by Ramnat as the over comes to an end. The score now on 37 for the loss of 3 at the end of over number 15.
Yes, positive sign here by the Barbadian batters. 37 for 3 or 15 resuming after a short break. They were on 30 and they were able to, I think, collect their first boundary we have seen for the match. That shot from Calendar straight over long on, sorry. So Barbados turning the pressure back onto Trinidad and taking the attack to their bowlers. We are seeing a deep backward square, a deep long on. Those are the two. Well, a deep mid wicket as well. So there are 3 players in the deep. As Harry Chan will continue to pick it up. Well, we're now seeing long on being brought into a short mid-on position. As Combat settles, and here's a pull shot. Would it get to the boundary? Bad miss there by, I think it's Mohammed, who was running around to her left from the backward square boundary. A good shot nonetheless, that one from Calendar. That brought her the second boundary of the match, and the total Captain Aline, in a no-nonsense mood, a very attacking mood, and it was short and punks on that one. It's a pretty hard. Getting backward square to run to her left, but didn't feel it properly and it trickles over the rope. So, second boundary for Barbados pushes the total up to 41 for 3 Barbados.
Happy to see the positive mindset the captain bring to the crease here of the likes of Aliyah Aline. And as we know, once you spend time at the wickets with the ball moving around, it will become easier for you as a batter, and that's what Calendar is doing.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, as we mentioned, both batters are not going to push and prod. They are trying to get on top of the bowling, and these two first and second change bowlers have been pushing a little bit quicker through the air, and I think that is going pretty well for the Barbadians. It's not that the Trinidad bowlers are not bowling well. You have to give them credit. They're still bowling that very tight line, but they're making the Bajans work for every run. And shout out to our cricket lovers throughout St. Vincent and the Grenadines and throughout the Caribbean. Looking at the ladies, demonstrating how good they can play this game. Many will think it's a man's game or a men's game, but the ladies too have shown that what the men can do, the women can do as well. And here's a delivery. Missed time, it was short. Aline was getting back to play a very attacking pull shot, but I think the spin, she was somewhat beaten in the flight and she could only get it to short mid-on. No harm done, the ball dropped in no man's land as mid-on. Long on running off the boundary was not able to reach it. Batsman get a single. Again, Captain Aline is clipping a ball that is pitch outside her leg stump, and square leg now was being drawn into the picture. Has to run around to a deep fine leg boundary to her right, and 2 comfortable runs. And really Barbados now is really have the adrenaline going and rotating the strike very frequently. Rajiv.
So at the end of the 16th over, the score is 45 for 3. Good going here by the Bajans. The captain Ali in 9 from 7. Calendar is on 17 from 33. Really good going here by the Bajans. They had a very, very slow start, but from the interception of the skipper Aline, the scores trickle on and moving on. As we see the legs of Ramnat back with ball in hand. She have bowled 3 overs, 1 wicket, 8 runs so far. She are into her 4th over here at Cumberland. Will definitely love to pick up the wicket here of Calendar. Beautiful delivery. Turning and turning down the leg side here, Sylvanus. The ball keep turning in different directions here at Cumberland for the Trinidad and Tobago Divas.
Yes, and I think we're going to see this throughout the duration of the match. We have a gentle breeze now blowing across from the northeasterly direction, something we have not received for quite a while. And here's this one, turning into the pads, but Calendar is equal to the task and keeping it out strongly. There's a forward short leg in and a backward short leg for anything that would have popped. And here this a delivery that is pitched way outside the leg stump, and Calendar sweeping brilliantly for 4. The third boundary for Barbados. The score rushes on to 49 to Barbados. That ball was pitched outside the leg stump, and Rajiv, it deserved the treatment it is.
Yeah, what Calendar did well there, she did not give that ball any chance to touch the pitch. And she catch it on the full, swept that and swept it fine for 4 welcome runs to Barbados. Take the score up to 49-4-3. Batting well here for Barbados is Calendar, and she's there with her skipper, Aline, who another beautiful delivery there by Ramnat. Score remains on 49-4-3 in over number 17. Remember, it's a 48 over encounter here at Cumberland between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados.
Yeah, that's a good comeback there by Ramnat, having pitched bad delivery a while ago, and she made a very good comeback. And again, this one beating her outside the off stump, batsman playing and missing, just beating the outside edge. The keeper collects. So she's not afraid, even though she was swept for that boundary just now. That was a bad line, but she has been bowling consistently well, Rajiv, and she's not afraid to give the ball some air. And she has continued to turn that ball as big as ever.
Well, it's very, very good from Trinidad and Tobago. The breeze have been blowing from the road end a while ago to the seaside, and it's very, very good for Ramnat. The overs come to an end, 17 overs, 49 runs, 3 wickets. The Bajans are getting a move on here at Cumberland in a 48 over encounter between themselves and Trinidad and Tobago. Well, as we see a new bowler taking up the attack from the river end is Shreya Jairam, and we're speaking about the 15-year-old who did well in her T20s that she played here in St. Vincent as well at Arnisvale playing field. How would she go about here at Cumberland is very, very important. What I know of her, she gave the ball a lot of air, very, very slow through the air, but effective once it touched that pitch. So how she go about here is very important as well for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, well, I have not seen all the bowlers thus far, as I mentioned in the last match that Trinidad won at Park Hill. Just 2 bowlers, Mohammed and Ramharak, who bowled out the team. So we have seen more of their bowlers, and we know that they have a lot of depth in the bowling. So it's interesting to see what J1 would bring to the table. So we see captain signaling deep backward square to move to her right. Captain Aline, who have shown sign that she's a no-nonsense player, very attacking mode, and she came in at the fall of the second wicket. She has shown positivity. And here's a delivery, and is she out? Not out. She just lucky to have her feet over the line, Rajiv. This was a beautiful forced delivery, tossed up and had pulled Captain Aline down and almost loses her wicket.
Well, those deliveries definitely bring goosebumps to your skin. As I made mention already, the 15-year-old Shreya Jairam, she definitely gave it a lot of air, and she's a very, very good leg breaker bowler. And she's bowling from the river end, which is important as well for her. Sylvanus?
Sure. Jairam, right arm leg over the wicket. And Aline is, this time is she out? There's another appeal, and she is really, really creating some trouble. This 15-year-old right arm leggy from Trinidad and Tobago is putting the Barbados captain Alia Aline in some serious trouble there. 2 balls tossed up, jogging her out of the wicket, but she is not moving that back foot, Rajiv, luckily.
Yeah, what I would love to see for Trinidad and Tobago is to have pushed back that mid off that you have. They push that mid off to long off.
Well ball, Geron, that 15-year-old, creating some problem here for skipper Aline as she settles now to receive her third delivery. What would this be? And this time again, she tried to go big, but it took the inner half of the bat and run out on the onside. Well bowled again, Geron. So it looks like Barbados again will have to rethink their strategy. They were going along merrily, but with the introduction of the 15-year-old, as you rightly said, she already began to prove dangerous for the batters.
Well, what is good for young Jairam as well? She have the likes of Brittany Cooper. She have the likes of Anicia Mohammed in her setup, which is very, very good for her. Beautiful flighted delivery here again. Only one run so far off her force 4 delivery. So as I was mentioning, she have the likes of Anicia Mohammed, who is at slip, which is very, very important for the young 15-year-old from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, it's the first time I'm seeing her, and I'm very impressed. And she's not afraid, Rajiv, to really give that ball that loop. And that is what is really making the batsman think and think twice. They're in two minds, whether to come forward or whether to go back. So, Barbados will have to settle and rethink. Young Geron. And here is a delivery again, giving the wicket keeper another stumping chance. She broke the bill, broke the wicket, but fortunately for Calendar, she's anchored.
What is interesting here, Sylvanus, sometimes we at home and we're looking at these games on TV and see these balls loop in the air, and we are saying the batters need to whack this ball out the ground, but you have to be at the ground to exactly know what is happening.
Definitely, Rajiv. But what I'm seeing here from the batters, since the young 15-year-old Geron has come on and she has bowled a beautiful first over, is that they're looking to go over the top, but they're not moving out of the crease. So I think with the ball given some loop, you have to be able to move your feet, and you will here, if you're a good dancer, Rajiv, you would be able to curtail the spin and be able to meet that challenge. But they are staying in their crease and hoping to go over, which is causing some problems.
Well, if I'm playing music from a DJ point of view and you are not dancing, that means I'm not doing anything. Well, we see the likes of Anicia Mohammed back with ball in hand. The score on 54-3 after the end of 18th over. Anicia Mohammed back for her 6th over, searching for another wicket here for Trinidad and Tobago. Really good going game. Quick single taken there by Barbados. Kind of did the feeling. One of the better feeler from Trinidad and Tobago is Amelia Khan. Always in those hot spots, Sylvanus.
Yes, it will be very interesting in this period of play to see how, with two new bowlers on again, Mohammed, very experienced West Indies player, would have done tremendous damage to the Jamaican side with 8 wickets for 11. She's back in the attack for her second spell. And here's a delivery that keeping a bit low, and Calendar was coming forward and then has to adjust that shot, rush back on her back foot, but managed to get it out onto the onside for a single. Another very darting delivery. And this delivery is running down to the fine leg boundary as it was ill-directed outside the leg stump and beat the keeper, and the batsman scamper 2 for 2. Wide signal by the umpire, so that 2 to the extras. 55 for 3. Aline on strike. Solid in defense. Ball played back to the bowler up on the onside. This one stifled shot. Aline trying to pierce the offside field was unable to do so. As extra cover field. Again. This time she did not get the timing on that one, but went into the cover region. Cover runs to her right. The batsman is able to get a single. Total for Barbados on to 56. On to 56. And Rajiv, if we could see that the Barbadians batters are really trying to hit their way out of it. Here's an appeal, and there's this time Mohammed introduced into the attack for her second spell, have gotten the breakthrough. A delivery that was pitched dead on middle stump. It was straighter, not doing much. And here it was, is it Calendar? Calendar trying to sweep, missed, and the appeal went up, and the umpire had no hesitation in raising the dreaded finger. Your thoughts on that delivery, Rajiv?
Well, she have swept before and swept well, as I made mention of that delivery when she swept and get a boundary. It means that she did not allow that ball to touch the pitch. This one certainly touched the pitch, and as you know, the kind of bowling that Anissa Mohammed brings to this Trinidad team, it means that it's important for any player like the likes of Calendar to think the game, bat smartly, see Mohammed, and then you could take on the other bowlers.
Yes, and I think definitely they were trying to really push things along quickly. You could have seen it after resumption of play, after that short, sharp shower came. We've seen both players, both skipper Aline and Calendar, was doing a good job thus far, but until I think she was a bit overzealous there, trying to sweep this one to the boundary as she did in the previous delivery, and got 4 for it. This time she misses, and definitely that delivery would have hit middle and leg stump.
A new batter in here for Barbados is Trisha Holder, sporting the number 10 on her back. As we see Jairam continue from the river end, and we bowl into skipper Aline. Flighty delivery up in the air. Only get a single on that occasion. How would Holder bat to Jairam here is very, very important, because she is new to the crease. Will be facing a forced delivery from the young 15-year-old Jairam.
Well, no doubt Rajiv, sitting in the pavilion and watching what was happening out there, she would have been taking in the action, and then she would have been advised to be positive, keep your eyes on the ball, and that make sure your shot selection is key. At this present stage of the game, where 4 wickets are down, Barbados trying to stage a comeback. We will be hoping to definitely push the total before they end allotted 48 overs, a reduction in the overs after the sharp shower. They would like to get, no doubt, 40 plus 50 more runs if possible. No doubt their eyes is on getting over the 100 mark, so that they would be able to make a match of this. What we say, we never know in this game of cricket. Trinidad has been bowling well and really been restricting the boundaries, restricting the batters from free hits, and they have really been made to work for their runs. The good thing is that skipper Aline seems to have a cool head on her shoulder. Rajiv is still at the crease.
Yeah, very, very cool, calm, and collective is Alia Aline, the captain for the Barbados Pride. As we see, she picked up another 2 runs. They take the score from 60 to 40. That should be from 58 to 60 for 4 in the 20th over. Bowling again to Aline is Jairam, trying to get the wicket here of the skipper for Barbados is a young Jairam, which will do well for her confidence as well. And beautiful bowling there. Looking for a quick single, not on offer. Well done to the young lad there.
Yes, Shira Geran continue to impress us here at the Cumberland playing field. Seeing her for the first time, very impressive indeed. And she not giving too many giveaway. This one is relatively short. But once she is pitching that ball on that line and that length, she's difficult to play. She's a difficult customer.
Barbados trying to get a move on here with the score on 61 for 4 in 19.5 overs. Jairam 1.5 overs, 6 runs and no wickets. Bowling well here for Trinidad and Tobago, searching for her 4th wicket in this encounter. And not a beautiful delivery there. At the end of over number 20, the score is 61 for the loss of 4 here at Cumberland playing field.
Yes, and the contest continues between these two, Barbados and Trinidad. One from the south, which is Trinidad, and Barbados just slightly north. A battling here in St. Vincent on the western side at an area called Cumberland. Field is very lush green here. I'm sure our viewers will be seeing that. It's a very lovely playing field here at Cumberland. The wicket is very good for batting and good for bowling. I think whatever you put in is what you will get out. So it will be interesting to see when the Barbadian, who have quicker bowlers, what it would be playing like and how the Trinidadian would respond. Trinidad has demonstrated that they have a very good bowling attack here, and they so far have been really keeping the Barbadian under heavy manners, making them work very hard for their runs. But I can tell you, Rajiv, if Barbados manages to get over 100, say 130, 140 or even 50, this will be a match on hand for Trinidad.
Yeah, a match on hand is definitely what the Bajans are trying to make of this encounter. And it's important that they post anything in the regions, as you made mention of 130 to 150. And it will definitely be good for cricket here in Cumberland as well, as we know that the Trinidad and Tobago definitely have some batting with the likes of Kirby, the likes of Harry Charan, and so forth. They have the likes of Brittany Cooper in their ranks as well, who they depend on heavily. So between 130 to 150 will definitely be a challenging score for Trinidad and Tobago.
That delivery a while ago was short and pulled through the onside. Amelia Khan doing some good bit of work there, running around to her right and fielded well. As she misfield that, it would definitely be another boundary, but good feeling on her part. And it's important, Rajiv, that fielders support their bowlers, because it's a team game, and it's important if you're going to really do well as a fielding team, your fielders have to support you.
Wide delivery there on that occasion by Anisia Mohammed, and the batter Holder, Trishan Holder, has faced her third delivery for only 1 run. Partnership needed here between her and Aline. Quick single taken and off here. Barbados move up from 62 for 4 in the 21st over to 63 for 4. Really slow going here by Barbados, but partnership is needed. Wicket in hand, playing a 48 over encounter is important.
Yes, Rajiv, runs on the board, as we know in cricket, is runs on the board, and they're trying very hard to make sure that they really get at least 100 plus runs on the board. Trinidad, on the other hand, are looking to try and bowl them out if possible under 100. They have been doing good work in the field, except for one or two blemishes where we have seen one catch went down, went a begging. It could have been 5 wickets perhaps, but nonetheless, a very good showing in the field by Trinidad and Tobago. On the other hand, Barbados, in spite of being bogged down for a while, have been looking for the opportunities to play their shots, looking for the opportunity to keep the scoreboard ticking over, as this one was short and pulled again through mid-wicket, only resulting in a single. At the end of the 24th over, they are now 63 for 4. Barbados winning the toss and electing to bat.
So a partnership is very important for the Bajans, because they do have the likes of Connell and Selman still in the dugout. So it's important that this partnership blossom well. With the score on 64 for 4, we are in the 24th over. We're playing a 48 overs encounter here between Trinidad and Tobago. It means that we have 27 more overs remaining.
Yes, still a lot of overs. By no means the matches still have some time in it. Barbados no doubt will have the idea of wanting to bat out all of their overs, which is very important. We have lost the sunshine here at Cumberland, but I show its welcome cool shade as the gentle breeze continue to blow across the playing field here at Cumberland. This one shot from Geran and Ali in the skip of Barbados, punching it out to deep extra cover for a single. 63 now. 65 now for Barbados. 65 as the new batter just in. Chishan Holder faces up to this young 15-year-old right arm leg spinner out of Trinidad. As she waits. And for this delivery, Holder is attempting drive and missing outside the off stump, I would say, beaten in the flight. Again, not using her feet, Rajiv.
What I asked for, I haven't get it as yet. Would definitely love to see that mid-off at laugh. Don't wait until it happens to make the changes. Jairam is bowling well here for Trinidad and Tobago, as we saw a no ball being called by the umpire. 2 bounces on the pitch. I saw that in the T20 as well from her. So it's something that she have to develop, as she have the likes of Anissa Mohammed who can definitely help her out a lot.
That extra pushes on the score to 66. 66 for 4, Barbados. Chiran settles. Will come into bowl to Holder. Flighted, full toss. Not a bad delivery, which we don't often see from her, and it crashes into the boundary there at long on for 4. Cross-batted shot there from Holder. It was flighted. Could have gone anywhere, but she did get enough bat onto it to bring up, I think it's the 4th boundary in the innings for Barbados, and the score now is 70. So Barbados accumulating the runs here, Rajiv, and as I said, once they put on these runs, Trinidad would really like to reduce that total under anything under 120 or even under 100.
Well, as I made mention earlier, don't wait till it happen to make the change. And it's a no ball, is get the treatment that it deserves. As we see a wide signal here by the umpire, and then with that boundary down to long on. To long on, we saw the mid-on move, and now the mid-on is now in the long on position. As I made mention before, that don't wait until it happens before you make the changes.
And you're so right. But the 15-year-old is trying her best, trying hard. We have seen her lose her line somewhat after that full toss, and then a wide, a no ball. And there was a delivery that was pretty much short, so she needs to get back her line again. And she tries again, this time well flighted outside the off, some driven straight to a straightish mid-off. Cooper. Cooper feeling well. Oh.
For a moment there, Sylvanus, I know you was looking at the umpire hand to stretch out to call a wide, but that ball moved from leg stump to arm stump.
Yes, definitely. That was definitely a long hop and turning further away on the offside. But luckily for her, the umpire did not move a muscle.
Really good comeback there by young Jairam. The score now on a 71-4 after the end after 22 overs. Barbados getting a move on here at Cumberland playing field. Batting for the Barbados team is skipper Aline, and the new batter with her is Trishan Holder.
Yeah, 71 for 4, still within reach of 100 plus runs, and surely they would want to build on that. Barbados have been made to work for their runs, and they have, in spite of the early wickets, would have really stood the test of time and have battled it out. They have gotten one or two loose deliveries and would have made light work of them. And here's the delivery now. That is taking the inner half of the bat of Captain Aline. Going on the onside down to backward square for a single. Captain Aline really looking for those boundaries. Seems to be in that mood where that attacking mode where she wants to really get on and push the score along. We're seeing some adjustment made to the field now as we have Ram Harak back into the attack from this end, and she's making the adjustment. A very experienced bowler, started at the northern end, and she, like her opening bowler Mohammed, has been brought back into the attack. And here's a delivery that is turning and turning, very short pitch on the middle stump and beating the batter, beating the keeper, and the batsman scamper through for 2 extras, signaled by the umpire. Buys, 2 buys, so they're now on to 74. Barbados to welcome runs. So yes, we'll take them. Bowler looking to drive half-heartedly, not with much power. Checking her shot and just getting that delivery back to the bowler as Ram Harak would try again. And here's the delivery. She have enough time to play. She's running it down into the short backward point position. Who runs around to her left and prevented a single. Of course, Holder looking for that single, but sent back, and wisely so by her captain Aline, who's at the non-strikers end, holding things together for Barbados. It's been quite a morning. We have seen some interesting cricket on both sides. Barbados struggling to get runs, and then after the sharp shower on resumption, took the attack to the Trinidadians and have been really pushing the score along. Trinidad, on the other hand, looking for their 5th wicket here with just some. This is the 23rd over being bowled, and this one just dropping short mid wicket there. Luckily for her, she was a little bit deep, but didn't anticipate it well. It just dropped in front of her. Could have been the 5th wicket falling there, but let's say all well that ends well, Rajiv.
Yeah, another good over there by the captain of Trinidad and Tobago, Ram Harak. And Barbados are 75 for the loss of 4 at the end of over 23. So really and truly, even Stevens here at Cumberland playing field. As we see young Jairam back with ball in hand from the river end, searching for her 4th wicket here at Cumberland. Alia Alina 20 from 24. Trishan Holder 7 from 15. Barbados Pride 75 for the loss of 4 wickets. As we see, the current run rate is 3.26. The projected score is 156. So 156. Barbados will definitely take that as a challenging total for the Trinidad and Tobago women.
It's definitely a challenging tour score. Trinidad will really like to see how much they can restrict Barbados from scoring and possibly bowl them out in this 48th encounter. Match being reduced, remind our listeners and viewers, after a sharp shower of rain, reduced to 48 overs. Barbados moving around nicely and have been picking up the runs. And here is a drive from Captain Alina. Very nice offside drive up to mid-off and resulting in a boundary for Barbados.
Well, as I said before, don't wait till it happens to make the changes in the field. Give young Jairam that support in the field. She's bowling well. She's flighting those deliveries. Her leg breaker coming out nicely. Some may come out loosely, but a majority of her deliveries is coming out nicely. Give her that support in the field. Now, as you see, the long off has been pushed back. So as I made mention, don't wait until it happens to make the changes.
This one, having Aline getting on top of it, making her to think, turn appreciably. Holder, sorry. And here's a delivery holder, flashing drive through the offside, through the covers, deep cover comes off the boundary. The batter's cross for one. It's now 80. Barbados up to 80. 80 for 4. We're in the 23rd over. This one again, played on through the onside, nicely flighted there by Jiran, 15-year-old. And Rajiv, if we see once Jiran flight that ball on a good line, she becomes difficult to play, but except for where she over pitches or drop too short, then she'll be taken to task. But so far, she has been bowling relatively well, given that she is just at age 15. And really to say, is in the big league already, being exposed to this type of cricket, she could only get better.
Yeah, well said there, Sylvanus. This is a 50 over contest that reduced to 48 here at Cumberland. Jairam continued to do well for Trinidad and Tobago. Share in her 4th over, 19 runs and no wickets so far. Another flighted delivery, hit uppishly straight to the captain for Trinidad and Tobago at the end of over 24. The score is now 81 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, we could only see and hope that young Jiran, as she continues playing the game, that she will grow from strength to strength, and surely it's a name that we look forward to hearing in women cricket here in the Caribbean, and particularly in Trinidad and to the bigger stage. Given the exposure, she look a very bright prospect for the future. So I want to wish her well. She's learning. She's at the stage where she's learning, and as you rightly mentioned earlier, you alluded that she has the experience of Ram Harak and Mohammed and Cooper, of course, to give her that guidance that they need. But batting made a little bit easier now as we get deeper and deeper into the overs, and Barbados is really digging in and picking up the singles quite easily.
Well, singles are very important as well, and picking up the ad boundaries here as we see the Bajans getting on a regular occasion here now at Cumberland. Bowling well here again for Trinidad and Tobago as we see a quick single tucked around the corner for Holder. The captain for Trinidad and Tobago continues to bowl well here. She's in her 7th over, haven't picked up a wicket yet and gone for 17. Wicket in her 4th column is very, very important here in order for Trinidad and Tobago to restrict the Bajans for anything under 120. Another beautiful delivery there from Charisma Ramharak, bowling well to the skipper from Barbados. So the skipper from Trinidad and Tobago is bowling to the captain of Barbados, looking to pick up the wicket, getting the better of her. Good delivery there again from Ramharak. Score remains on 83 for the loss of 4 in over 25.
And Rajiv, it is very important to know that the surface that you're giving on, you have to know if it will work for you, or sometimes in most cases you have to apply yourself. And we have seen earlier where the wicket was taking a lot of turn. It's not that it's not taking turn, because the Trinidadians are really turning the ball, but it's important how when you concentrate, put your head down, and the longer you stay at the wicket, runs will come. And we are seeing how easy it is as the wicket dries out after that overnight sweating under the covers and a little bit of rain. That moisture has gone now and the wicket is getting more easier to bat on.
Yeah, well said. That's why it's important to spend some time at the wicket, and that's what the likes of Calendar was doing. Now she's gone back in the dugout, and we have the likes of the captain here who is doing well. She is batting on 22 of her 30 deliveries, so spending time at the wicket, batting as deep as possible will get you the total that you think is defendable for your team. You have the likes of Selman, you have the likes of Elliott, you have the likes of Connell as well with ball in hand, and you know how destructive those bowlers can be.
Yes, very much so indeed. And Rajiv, we see how important a skipper is in terms of leading from the front, because Aline came in at the time when her team was in trouble, and she really has stuck to her guns and, been leading from the front as captain. You see why she is the skipper. It's always important that you understand the game of cricket, understand what position your team is in and what is your role. And she has been playing that role as captain very well and setting the example for other players.
Well, what I know, there's one saying, a captain leading by example, and that is what Aline is doing, as we see Brianna Haricharan back with ball in hand. 2 consecutive dot ball there. She's in her 4th over, gone for 11 so far. Haven't picked up a wicket as yet here at Cumberland. Still searching for her 4th wicket again, Barbados, in this encounter. Remember, this encounter has been reduced to 48 overs. Another single tucked around the corner, fielded by Nadia Mohammed. Really good going here by Barbados, who moves up to 84 for the loss of her 4 wickets.
Yes, cricket, lovely cricket. And we remind viewers that this is the CG 50 overs women cricket tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is the 3rd round of matches and the final round of matches, I dare say. So far, and these 2 teams have lost a match each. The Windwards have so far have played unbeaten. I haven't had any scores in those matches as yet, but Probably a little later on we'll get some scores for you. But the battle is here between Trinidad and Barbados. Barbados really staging a comeback. Captain Aline steadying the ship for Barbados. Would have lost some earlier wickets and have demonstrated that she is a strong leader with a cool and level head as she tried to really put Barbados in a very strong position, trying to get as many runs on the board. Here she is now pulling down to fine leg or long leg, and she scampers through for 2. The sun has been in and out, as we say. We are happy that we are having cricket. The players are called for a little bit of light refreshment, but most of the batters, so it's not the regular water break per se, but skipper Aline, who has been out there for quite some time now, although it's not been bright sunshine per se, she no doubt is thirsty. It's been kind of humid in between, Rajiv, so she having a deserved drink at this time.
Yeah, just to give you some updates on the other games across St. Vincent, the Windward Islands are in some trouble. 35 for the loss of 3. They're coming up against Guyana women at Park Hill. And also the Leeward Islands taking on Jamaica. Leeward Islands batting for us. They are 13 for 2 at the end of 5 overs. And here at Cumberland, Trinidad and Tobago taking on Barbados. Barbados are batting 86 for the loss of 4 wickets at the end of 26 overs.
So there you have it. Windwards for the first time, it seems, struggling against Guyana. Of course, Guyana, like their counterpart here, Trinidad, is packed with a lot of spinners. So the Windwards have their work cut out for them. But back here at the Cumberland playing field, we see Ramnara taking up the attack. She's back into the attack. And her first delivery. Ramnat. These names, you have to get them right. Ramnat is back into the attack, and with her first delivery has beaten Holder all ends up. As she tries again. This one flighted. Holder is equal to the task as she drives out to extra cover. No run resulting. Dead ball signal by the umpire. As Holder was not quite settled. Settled now. And again, Holder, she have her playing and missing outside the off stump. Rajiv, again, I keep saying, and once these spinners continue to flight the ball, it gives the Barbadian batters some trouble, whereas if they pitch it at a fuller length, the Barbadian batters are quite comfortable with that.
Yeah, certainly. But what I would definitely love to see from Trinidad and Tobago, you still do need that second slip. With those kind of swing you get in, those kind of turn you get in off the surface, it's important that you have that second slip in. As we see, another single be taken by Holder. She moves on to 15 from 28. Batting with her is the captain of Barbados on 28 from, that should be 24 from 33. Barbados are 87 for the loss of 4 wickets. Searching for the 5th wicket here is Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, Rajiv, but the thing about that too, having close-in fielders requires you to have some confidence in yourself to be bowling a very nagging line so that the skipper will say, you know what? And if you're making the batsman coming down the line of uncertainty, the corridor of uncertainty, once you're pitching there in that spot, then the skipper will see it fit to give you close-in fielders. But I guess with her now being brought back into the attack for her second spell, skipper would want to see how confident and how positive she's bowling and what line she's bowling before she actually do that. So she's still allowing her to just have one slip. And give and take that this is 50 over encounter. This is the second power play in effect. They could be able to spread the field a little wider. So that brings number 26 over to an end. 27 over. 27 over is being bowled. The score is now 90 for 4 Barbados. Again, we are seeing a bit of dark clouds hanging over us and a slight drizzle. The groundsmen are now moving towards the covers. Again, we have lost the sunshine, but we have not lost play here as Holder settles as she faces up to Harry Charan. And here she's coming forward, playing in the V. Bowler did not feel cleanly. It goes up to the mid-off who comes to her right and field. And it seems like we could have some more interruptions as this one is played to the backward square position. And the batters came through for 2 good runs. 2 good runs to Barbados. Trinidad trying their utmost best to dislodge Barbados, searching for that 5th wicket, which has took quite a while unlike the other earlier wickets. Barbados just hanging in there, frustrating the Trinidad bowlers. We're in the 28th over of a reduced 50 overs by 2 overs. We are playing the game having been reduced to a 48 over aside after an earlier shower of rain. We have lost the sunshine. It's pretty cool now. Just a very slight drizzle, that one which is not forcing the players to come off. As the battles continue here. The battle continue here at Cumberland. Barbados versus Trinidad. Remind our listeners and viewers. Barbados winning the toss and electing to bat first. Trinidad had all the blood in the first power play, dislodging 3 of the Barbadian batters. But now Barbados have shown sign of a good recovery and inching toward the 100 mark. And here it is. Holder in sort of caught in 2 minds there, whether to play back or to go forward, but eventually played it safely and brings the over number 27 to an end. So yes, Rajiv, Barbados, we must commend them for the way they have played. They have stuck it out, they have stuck to their guns, and now they are on 92 for 4.
Yes, so at the end of 28 over, the score is 92 for the loss of 4 wickets. As we see Rabnat right back with ball in hand. She have bowled 5 overs, 16 runs, 1 wicket. The projected score here at Cumberland is 158. But the Bajans definitely will need more, as we see the outstretched hand of the umpire signaling wide. So 1 more to the total for the Bajans as they move from 92 to 93 for 4.
Is it that Ramnarat is trying a little bit too hard, really wanting the 5th wicket, and has been Ramnat trying a little bit too hard and at times losing her line in the process. So she has to be mindful of that. Just continue to bowl that line, just continue to flight that ball. The wickets will come. You don't have to We're fighting the wickets. There's a delivery that is turning. Bowler trying to hit on the onside. They took the pad and ricocheted on the offside. Yeah, so we're seeing in this second spell of Ramnath, she's pushing through a little bit quicker, Rajiv.
Yeah, and certainly what is really happening here for the Trinidad and Tobago ladies, this partnership seems to be causing a lot of problems for them. And getting any of these batters here now will be important for Trinidad and Tobago. As you rightly said, that Ramnath is not bowling those slow through the air as she was bowling in her first spell. She back with her second spell and she's bowling a little bit quick. And something that we know what is working for you, walk with it. As we see another single here taken by Holder. Scores move on to 94, 95 for the loss of 4 wickets here at Cumberland. Batting is the skipper for Barbados, Alia Aline, and Trishan Holder.
And definitely, Rajiv, it's just as in life, as we see here in this cricket match, it's a demonstration of what goes on in life. Sometimes you'll have some challenges, but you just have to grind it out, as we say, endure, and then there will be fortune for you at some time at the tunnel.
Well, this is what the Bajans are definitely doing. They know how important this game is. Getting a win here against Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, this tournament do not have a final. They deal with points, and batting and bowling points are also valuable for your team. So it's important that Barbados bat all 48 overs, post a total where it's challenging for the Trinidad and Tobago, and go on to win that game. With the likes of Windward Islands already win 2 games in a spot of battle at Park Hill against Guyana. Winning this game is very important for Barbados.
Yes, so the approach of Barbadian batters have been very good, having been struggling in the earlier part of the match. They have stuck to their guns. They have been watching carefully. They have been selecting their shot. Whenever they lose deliveries, they try to put them away. But most important, they have been ticking over the scores and really frustrating the Trinidad bowlers now, as we see.
It's basically a learning process here for both teams, batting and bowling. How you go about this phase here now is very important for you. As we see Harry Charan searching for another wicket for Trinidad and Tobago, searching for her first wicket. 2.5 there to the Bajans as they move up to 98 for the loss of 4 in the 30th over. Good going here by the Bajans.
Yeah, definitely. The shot selections in this period of the game has been spot on, and as I said, with Captain Aline really leading the way, leading from the front, has been doing a very good job in rebuilding our team's total. They've been walking the ball in the gaps. They have been ensuring that they score off of the bad balls. In some cases, they would have collected boundaries, and in other cases, they would have been able to accumulate 2 runs in most occasions. So I commend them for really sticking it out when the Trinidadians are really on top of the bowling and creating some problem in the earlier part of their innings. But now, it's like easy squeezy.
Yeah, easy squeezy, as we say on a Sunday morning, but unfortunately it's a Saturday morning here at Cumberland. A little bit overcast as we see the drizzles here again at Cumberland. Nothing to threaten the play here as Barbados looking to cross that first milestone. They are 99 for 4. Batting well is Trisha, and this one could run close to the boundary, and it does a rush into the boundary now. 4 for Holder. And 100 up for the Barbados team. It's the first milestone. Very good comeback there from Barbados women's.
Yeah, they must be definitely be commended for the way they have gone about their batting after losing some early wickets. And as I had mentioned before, Rajiv, anything loose, they will punction it, and we have just seen that example where full toss and Holder make no mistakes and pulling it down behind backward of square, almost to the fine leg boundary for, I think it's the 6th boundary of the match. So the sixth boundary of the Barbados innings, and here's the delivery. She's coming down the wicket this time, and is it? Oh, it's a free hit. It was a free hit indeed. I did not see that signal earlier. For some reason, I took my mind off the umpire, my eyes off the umpire a while, and then it was a free hit. But that one, Holder charges her, knowing that it was a free hit. The first brave attempt by Holder I saw. She was caught, but then, as the game rules, you cannot be out of a free hit.
Well, really good going here, and that's a 50th partnership for Holder and skipper Aline. Really good going here. Really good recovery by both batters there to get their team over 100.
And this is what you want to see in cricket, Rajiv. When your team back is against the wall, there are batters who could come and really glue the innings together and fight for your team, fight for your country, as skipper Aline and Holder is doing now. We have seen a very tremendous effort on their part, and then showing that they can do the job. It's not all done. There's no need to fear. We just have to focus. We just have to put our heads down, and there will be a bad patch. But yes, once we get over that bad patch, we will be able to, do great things for our team. And that has been the hallmark of these two batters. 50 partnership. They have really stuck it out. They have grind. They have had their moments and challenges. But indeed, commendation to them for sticking it out and occupying the crease and now seeing their country over the 100-run mark. So 106. Yeah? 106. Batting looking much easier now. As we have seen, the Barbadian batters, both Aline and Holder, have caused the Trinidadian to ring in some changes. And so far, the experienced Ram Harak has to be brought back into the attack, and now they are really ticking off these singles quite easily, Rajiv.
Yeah, singles are very, very important in whatever format of cricket that you are playing. And here at Cumberland, the Bajans are doing it well, picking up those boundaries when offered to them. Dispatching those bad deliveries is the likes of Holder and Aline, batting well here for Barbados, who is on 107 for 4 in the 31st over. The projected score is 169, but if these two definitely bat until the 48th over, we are looking somewhere around the region of 180 plus.
Yeah, definitely. With batters to come, anything we could show there will be an onslaught in the latter part of these overs. And I show the Barbados camp will be very pleased, particularly head coach, very experienced man. I think it's Roddy Eswick, very experienced coach, and he would be happy with what he have been seeing. No doubt have been passing on that experience of so many cricketing years in him, and would have worked along with a number of teams as well. Again, we have seen a little bit of tardiness coming from the Trinidadian, a little lapse in concentration in the field. That single should have been stopped by the mid-wicket fielder there. But the ball eluded her grasp. Deep long on has to back it up. There's a loud appeal for an LBW, but definitely this one was going down the leg side. Too much turn on that one. Pitch leg and moving further down. Struck in the batter on her pad. So that's brought the over 31. We're into number 32 coming up. So 31 overs, and Barbados are now 108 for 4. a respectable total considering where they were at the time. At one time, they were really reeling at 10 for 1, and then it moved to about 13 for 2, and then 20 out for 3. And then the Trinidad bowling was really on top. They were clapping, they were cheering on their players. But then comes the captain Aline and Hola, who have done a masterful piece of work, building a 50 partner partnership, and now ensuring that Barbados is over the 100 mark, which definitely, Rajiv, we have a match here on hand.
Yes, we definitely have a match here in hand as we see the likes of the first time for this contest, Nadia Mohammed, right arm medium fast, will be taking up proceedings from the riverside end, and in the middle phase the Sylvanus, the spin just did not work for the Trinidad and Tobago ladies, as the skipper for Barbados and the likes of the wicketkeeper Holder stop them somewhat in the middle there. As we say, you got to dig and dig deep, and that's what the boat batters did.
Yes, well, if something is not broken, no need to fix it, but these two batters, Aline and Hola, has really caused some disturbance and caused the Trinidadians to rethink their game, rethink their strategy. The Trinidadians would have loved to maintain their spinners for a long, or the duration of the reduced 50 overs, which is now turned out to be a 48 overs match. So the next strategy, which is more than likely plan B, is to turn to their seamers. So we are seeing the seamer in for the first time for Trinidad, and I'm sure Barbados will welcome this sort of bowling.
Yes, certainly they will. And the way that both batters is batting the now to bring the seam on, it may be a little bit easier for the Bajans, because Trinidad and Tobago still do have the likes of Shanika Bruce as well as Kirby, who can bowl that seam ball as well. And now we are seeing the likes of Nadia Mohammed with ball in hand for her force over 3 consecutive deliveries so far. Doing well here for Trinidad and Tobago. Searching for her first wicket for Trinidad and Tobago in this 48 over contest here against Barbados is Nadia Mohammed.
Yeah, Nadia, looking at her, she's not that genuinely quick, but she seems to be swinging the ball in the air as a seaman, and that is good given the conditions relatively overcast here.
Beautiful swing through the air there by Nadia Mohammed. These are the conditions I myself, as a slow right arm medium fast, love to bowl at. And bowling at Cumberland with the breeze blowing across the wicket definitely will take it any day. And Nadia Mohammed, 5 consecutive dot ball here so far at Cumberland in her first over, doing well for Trinidad and Tobago, as we see her first over come to an end, a maiden over there for Trinidad and Tobago. Well done to Nadia Mohammed.
Yeah, first up, very good over here by Nadia Mohammed into this attack, trying to really get the breakthrough of this partnership between Captain Aline and Holder, who have really staged a very good comeback for Barbados. So we have a jinx break. So with Barbados at 108, 109 for 4, we have the jinx break. So we'll come back in a short while. Yes, so welcome back after the Jinx break here at the Cumberland playing field in this CG50 over side encounter between Barbados women and Trinidad and Divas. Match reduced to 48 overs after a sharp shower early this morning. Barbados 109 resuming after the Jinx break, 109 for 4. Not out batsman Captain Aline on 32 or 43 and Trishan Holder 25 from 51 deliveries. We see a new bowler from this end. Kirby. Gentle medium as she comes up on bowl, relatively short. One struck down to mid-off and the batsman scampered through for a single. Delivery was stifle short. Liana Kirby. Shopping. Powerful lady. Wearing the number 13 jersey on her back. So some light refreshment, no doubt. The players will feel a little more cooler. And this one, you can see that moving somewhat. Ola trying to get to the pitch of it. Again, so important how these two have really staged a very, very good recovery for the Barbados team. As Kirby pitches outside the leg and it was played down to backward square. Single resulting, another run. Barbados up to 111. 110 or 110? 110 Barbados. Pushing on the score very nicely indeed. Batting seems relatively easy now for them, as they would have seen some difficult moments earlier with the spinners. They have worked hard. Both the captain Aline came in when the second wicket was down, and she's still there at the crease. And with Holder, have really turned things around for Barbados and making the Trinidadian work for their wickets. There's a delivery. She swept and swept fine down to deep backward square. Who has to run around to her extreme right and gives the batsman enough time to cross for 2. And it's now 112 for 4 Barbados. Your thoughts on that first over from Kirby?
Well, that's a bad over from Kirby. Just 2 badly lined deliveries going down the leg side, and the batters definitely capitalized and those freebies I consider there to be, and getting 4 runs off both 2 runs each off both deliveries, and with Barbados in the position that they are now 112 for 4. Still have the legs of Ramharak, still have the legs of Jairam to come back, still have the legs of Anisa Mohammed. I think I will definitely gamble here with Anisa Mohammed from the Riverside end. But the Trinidadians have a different plan. Back with ball in hand is Nadia Mohammed.
It would be interesting to see now that the seamers are given a chance in the middle of this period of the match. When it comes to the back end, no doubt you would see that the spinners come in again, and maybe there will be definitely the time when Barbados will be on the attack, and it could be a time where Trinidad will get wickets, but it will be interesting.
Yeah, very well said there, Sylvanus, as Barbados get another run to their total 113 for 4. Nadia Mohammed back with ball in hand. Overcast condition here at Cumberland. Beautiful shot there by the skipper of Barbados, Aline. Will get 2 on that occasion. Really, really good going here for Barbados. This is what you consider to be a recovery.
And Rajiv, apart from putting the heads down and bat and really bringing Barbados out of a hole, the running between the wickets between these two has been also commendable.
What I must say from the batters there, Sylvanus, apart from the free hit, the no ball free hit, they haven't taken much risk. And it's very, very important for Barbados if they are to be victorious in this encounter against Trinidad and Tobago. And putting our head down here is this captain for Barbados and the wicket keeper, because those are two senior players in the Barbados lineup. Still have the likes, as I mentioned earlier, of Cannell and Selman to come. But you would not want to leave it up to them. You here now, I'm in. It's important to you bat and batters deep as much as you can.
Yes, and no doubt that would have been the advice to the batters there after that short break as well by their manager and as well as coach. Continue from where I left off, and Rajiv, cricket is played by sessions, one team might have the upper hand and the other team, you never know, might come back. But it is you, once you play it by stages, you'll be able to, take that kind of burden off of you. And I think that has been implemented here very, very strategically by the Barbadian batters. And I said I'm very impressed with Aline to this point. She's playing this one beautifully, running it down to deep third man where she bring backward point, have to trace to her left, and a single resulting. So Barbados here really turning the screws on Trinidad and making them walk for that fifth wicket, a wicket they have been very long in coming. They have had all the success, all the breakthrough, but we have seen how the table has turned here at the Cumberland playing field with these two Barbadian batters, Aline and Hola, putting their head down and batting very well for Barbados and ensuring that Barbados get enough runs that the bowler would be able to give Trinidad a run for their money.
Very well said. As I made mention over ago, for the likes of the reinvention of the entry of Anisia Mohammed. And we rightly see her with the ball in hand from the pavilion end, which is good for Trinidad and Tobago because they are still searching for that fifth wicket. And a breakthrough here could be very important for Trinidad. If you don't get it in the next 5 overs, you could definitely be in some trouble in the back end, as we saw one tickle around the corner there by Aline for another single, as they keep on to pick up those singles when they are offered to them.
Well, the Trinidadians had no other choice except to turn to their seamers to see what luck they could have, or success they could have brought for the Trinidad team. At this stage of the game, they're allowed to have at least, they could have at least 3 or 4 players out of the circle, and we see that in the deep backward square, deep mid-wicket and a deep long on. So, we have not seen much of the going over the top by the Barbadians, but at the same time, there is one being swept down to backward square who have to run around to her right, but it doesn't prevent 2 easy runs again for Barbados. 2 easy runs. Well run, Holder and Aline. Well run. Captain Aline leading from the front with the 78 number on her back. Definitely inching towards that number on her back. As Mohammed, the experienced Mohammed and West Indies player, looking for that fifth wicket, tossed up outside the off stump. Ola coming forward and driving straight to cover. Extra cover. No more runs. 119 Barbados. 119 for 4 as Mohammed. This one has been pushed on the onside just past the lurking forward short leg. Another single resulting. Total goes up to 120. Barbados could feel very pleased about their performance now. They've been able to cross that 100 line. And that brings the over to an end. 25th over has been bowled. Still 13 more overs to go. Quite a bit of overs to go. And I project that we could see Barbados making up to about 150, 175. And if possible, depending on how quickly they get them, because we have not been getting the boundaries that much, but they have been retreating and getting the singles, Rajiv. But if they have a late onslaught, they could push up to about 175, 180.
Well, you mentioned late onslaught. Trinidad and Tobago definitely will be thinking different. Barbados would have lost their game to the Jamaica, losing a cluster of wickets while they were cruising for a victory. So we would not want to see this here. Now with the score 119, 4-4 at the end of the 35th over. There's a wicket and it's a fell that's out the hand of Nadia Mohammed. I should have really taken an easy catch there, but unfortunately another chance has been given here to Holder.
Well, catches win matches, and it's the first fall shot I have seen from Holder. This one jump on her a bit, and she is just blooming that one in the air. The bowler, in her follow through, try to get it. She has to go to her left, but unfortunately, spill the catch. And again, we have seen a few lapses now from Trinidad in the field. This is the second catch going a begging, but give and take, it was a little bit tough for her. But the Trinidadians would have been really feeling well, except for those two blemishes.
Really coming here to our owner is Nadia Mohammed. She in her third over, only gone for 4 runs, 3 consecutive dot ball on a trot, 1 drop catch. So far in this over, she's all over Barbados in this her third over. Quick single taken and off of there. Really good going here by Anisia Mohammed, who was still Nadia Mohammed, correction, who was still searching for her 4th wicket, while the Trinidad and Tobago women are still searching for their 5th.
Yes, it's a very comfortable position to be in, Barbados would say, and feel pleased about. As I said, they would have struggled in the earlier part of the innings, but now they are feeling quite comfortable and well positioned to challenge Trinidad in this game. We are seeing more positive batting. The running has been more positive, and they are more. They have asserted themselves in this game for a very good run chase. Trinidad will be much under the gun if they have to be chasing anything over 140, 150 on this ground. So again, not much of a bright sunshine here with us. Few villagers are taking in the game, accompanied by the lush green surroundings of this area here at Cumberland, coconut trees and the forests. But it's very picturesque here at Cumberland as Kirby remarks her run up again. Her first over would not have been the best, but she's coming in for her second over now, and she will try. Captain Aline will be facing up. Aline, and for this delivery, she give herself a bit of room and trying to hit through the offside. It just gets it as far as extra cover. As I said, Rajiv, Kirby, very bulky player, but you thought that she would be really giving you some thunderbolts here, but she's just swinging the ball through the air. And in this format of the game, you don't want to be too quick. The slow bowlers is what do the trick. So if she has that in her armory, maybe she has a quicker one we have not seen yet, but she's just gentle medium stuff.
I don't think you will ever see a quicker one from Kirby. I have been watching her from the T20. What you've seen on show here is basically what you will get from Kirby. But with batting hand, she's a dangerous lad with batting hand. With ball in hand, she just go through the air, try finish her 6 overs, put her team in a good position, which is good that she's doing here now. She have bowled 1.3 overs for 5 runs so far. which is good for Kirby. Still searching for her fourth wicket, and Trinidad is still searching for their fifth wicket.
Well, no doubt the selectors would have seen something in her in spite of her size. And she's showing here that she loves the game. She's very enthusiastic and energetic about her game. And she's working very hard here for her team Trinidad, bowling a very tidy line, a much better line than we would have seen in the first over.
What I could say from a bowling point of view, you do not need rappies to take wickets. So what she doing here is bowling wicket to wicket is very old. Don't stray. You stray outside the half strong stump hole, I will definitely tear you apart. And if you notice she are trying to bowl wicket to wicket, nothing wrong with giving away a single, still searching for that wicket.
Yeah, it's a very good over here, just a single resulting from that over. I saw her remark, her run up. And maybe that probably was her issue in the first over, but she has really made a good comeback in this second over. That was a much better, tidy over by her. Only one run coming off of that over.
Yeah, so good going here by Barbados. Spread 124-4 at the end of 37 overs. Remember, it's a 48 over contest. We have 11 more overs to go in this game. And it leaves to ask the question, when will Barbados have a go?
Well, still some time left. Lots of overs to go, and they still have batters in the hutch. So at least they could take the chances anytime from here on, Rajiv. It's not too late. It's not too early now. But the Trinidadians are hardly giving anything away and still making the Barbadian work for it. As I said, it's commendable to see these two really put their heads down and really put Barbados in the position that they are at this present time. Here's a delivery that is turned off the pad. Just to backward square. Captain looking for a run, but was wisely sent back by Holder. Looking quite comfortable at the wicket now is Holder. She drives to the cover fielder who half stops it. Very good feeling, very good walk there. By the number 35 for Trinidad and Tobago. Is that Cooper?
Well, what I could say, Cooper have saved a lot of runs in that cover area there, and it's good for Trinidad and Tobago. And one thing I will point out, Cooper in the cover area, and that officially could be taken, and she's gone. So that's the wickets that Trinidad and Tobago have been searching for. The outgoing batter caught down there at mid-off is Trishan Holder. Trinidad and Tobago have just picked up their fifth wicket with the score on 124 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, Rajiv, and we are speaking about
So I was making mention of Brittany Cooper. She have saved a lot of runs in there for...
Yeah, we were talking about Kirby, and she's a very heavy set individual, and I think that ball was struck firmly to her at mid-off, but definitely she has shown how athletic she is, diving forward and taking a very, very good catch. Very, very good catch indeed to dismiss Holder, who have batted very, very well for her team. Is it Holder? Yes. Holder batted so well. Got the ball from Charikan. Charikan, who was plugging away and should have gotten a wicket earlier. She herself dropped a return catch. But this time, Holder driving this one that was pitched up to her. I think it jumped a bit. Hit it in the air to Kirby, and Kirby made no mistake in coming forward, tumbling dive, held on to it, and Barbados has now lost their 5th wicket. Partnership has been broken, and this is interesting to see what Barbados will do from here. But the captain, Aline, is still at the wicket, so that gives her other batters some confidence, knowing that they're gonna... Selman has now joined her captain, Aline, wearing the number 4 jersey, and she will face up to Charikan.
Really, really good going here by Trinidad and Tobago, picking up that fifth wicket that we've been looking for. Nadia Mohammed picked up her fourth wicket in her fourth over, and she keeps applying the pressure for Trinidad and Tobago. Searching for her second wicket here is Mohammed. She have bowled 3.5 overs, 1 wicket, 6 runs.
Yes, Rajiv, and we would have seen some mixed fortunes in the fielding for Trinidad today. I think it's the worst I have really seen them with a few blemishes. Most blemishes I have seen them, but nonetheless, it's not out of their grasp, really. They still have a job to do, and they continue to bowl very, very tight indeed.
Well, you and I could say you and I play this sport, and it ain't easy going through 20, 25 overs, standing in the field, hoping to get a wicket, hoping to get off the field, get some pads on and get a bat. And when that ain't happen, everything for you seems to go down. And that is definitely what happened to Trinidad. But I think with the loss of that wicket there, they will be pumped and roaring to go and see the back of all the Bajans back in the hut. Get a time to bat and chase whatever target is set.
As we say in cricket, bring one, bring two. And we hope that Trinidad, no doubt, will be hoping that fifth wicket having fallen, they will be able to have another breakthrough, a very early breakthrough, and getting their sixth wicket and trying to still restrict Barbados under 150. No doubt that would be their intentions. If they could restrict them under 150, of course they will consider themselves a chance in this game. So far, good weather. No threat of rain, although there is a bit of dark cloud hanging over. But we've been getting some sunshine every now and then the shadows will lengthen, and then the sun comes out again. So it's a little cat and mouse between the sun and the cloud cover. At least the players would welcome that little shade at times. There's Kirby with her gentle stuff. Playing that one easy. It's Lemuel.
Batting here for Barbados is Shakira Selman. And she's teaming up with her skipper of Alia Alien, and they take a quick single. Somebody could be in trouble. Where would you by the fielder being hit? The wicketkeeper's been hit by the helmet. Right away, they have called for the physio for Trinidad and Tobago to give their wicketkeeper some attention. As we see, the wicketkeeper is holding her face. Hope it's nothing too serious, Silvanus.
Yeah, well, in these contact sports, Rajiv, you expect anything like injuries sometimes. Unexpected eventualities do take place, as we see there. A ball was thrown in, trying to effect any run out. It dropped short and then bounced. The keeper trying to collect. It hit her somewhere on the side of the head. Luckily for her, she was wearing a helmet. I'm not too sure if it evaded the helmet and hit her flush on the head, but the physio is there with her and they're doing that check to ensure that no concussion and that she's okay and she could continue.
Well, just to give you updates on the other games happening and throughout the island, Leeward Islands are batting 77 for 3, and they are playing at Cyan Hill against Jamaica. Also at Park Hill, Windward Islands 80 for the loss of 4 against Guyana. Good recovery there again. And right here at Cumberland, Trinidad and Tobago taking on Barbados. Barbados woman 126 for the loss of 5 wickets.
We cannot help Rajiv saying that once you're playing this game, or any game for that matter, that you have to consolidate, you have to be able to get out of your bad patch and be able to rebound, and as we say, stage a comeback and put your team into a good position. And it's all good for cricket, whether it's the male counterpart or the female counterpart playing the game, especially where West Indies is concerned. We are very passionate in this part with cricket, and we have seen that the senior West Indies male team, sometimes we had sunk when at one stage we were going good and then all of a sudden everything fall down. All right, so where we have in this tournament now, we have seen teams in a hole, and there are times when they're able to get out of that hole, showing that determination and grit is critical in these matches.
Well, one player I could basically mention to you who have dug their team, her team out of any hole or any situation is Janila Glasgow. She have been batting well for the Windward Islands, and as a matter of fact, since the Windward Islands T20 games as well, she have been doing well. So with the likes of, she already have 2 half centuries so far in the tournament, and she's eager to get another one. So she's batting well for the Windward Islands.
Well, no doubt she's putting herself as a good contender for the selectors to the next level, and that is a good sign. And I guess all these ladies are working towards that as well. Cricket is a tough game. Call for patience, call for endurance. Teamwork is key. Support to players, bowlers, batters alike. I remember when I first played for St. Vincent U team, and my first tour was to St. Lucia. I would have played with the likes of, deceased brother of in Warwickern, Ian Allen, Darnley Joseph. I know it was very tough out there, and apart from that, to gel together as a team, it's not just being on the field, but even off the field when your team is batting, you'll hear the manager say, you have to stay together. And applaud the player when he play a good shot, when to encourage him, so to speak, to do well, because encouraging says a lot. It goes a long way. These days, we are not seeing, because of the state of our cricket, we are not seeing a player who will be able to bring spectators to the game, so to speak. But it's always good to have these ladies, and the men in particular, they like to come around. And the ladies are playing, and we are seeing some really, really good cricket from these women in this tournament.
Well, I am so happy that you made mention of that. My last tour to Trinidad, which is last year, February, with SVG High Winner Masters, we would have played at a ground, which they call the home ground for Nicholas Puran. And as we see a shout here, and out, Aliyah Aline has been LBW by Nadia Mohammed. Another wicket for Trinidad and Tobago, with the score now on 129 for the loss of 6 wickets. As I was making mention that there are notes that stick at the ground. If you as the batting team and your opening batters hit a boundary, you clap. If you don't clap, the coach will charge you $5 if any player don't catch. Don't clap for the batters. If you take a catch and you don't do the same, they will charge you $10. And if you turn up to the ground without your gears, they charge you $25. I remember that. That is something I think that we don't want to force to do, but it's to encourage the players, because at the end of the day, you have 11 players. You have 2 batters out there. It leaves you with 9 sitting in the dugout. I'm the batter. I hit a 6, and I'm not getting no response from my peers.
Yes, I hear you, but that is coming from a very hard taskmaster, Rajiv, because I know of a team when I was playing national cricket as well. Ratcliffe, for example, will tell you if you're playing with Ratcliffe and you drop a catch, you have to buy a bottle of strong rum. So those were the hard playing days, and I mean, if they're still there, and it is good in a way, but those are penalties, but they help to really encourage you and to even make you play better, because sometimes when you're out in the middle, you need that extra encouragement. You who are sitting in the cool shade, it's easy to see things from out here. And when a player's out there, like as we see Aline and Hola, who would have really worked hard to ensure Barbados get to the total that they're there, they definitely should be commended. We have not been hearing much shouting from their team, and unjustly so, I thought. They should have been applauding them, and we are hearing Trinidadians out there applauding their bowlers, backing them up, even though at one time it seemed like they were falling behind, having started so well. And that partnership would have held them up for quite a while. But they're now hearing the chattering again. It says a lot.
Well, what I could say, the last time I recall hearing anything from the dugout for the Bajans is when they crossed that 100 mark. And now they are at 129 for the loss of 6 in the 40th over. And the batting here is Alicia Bowman and Shakira Selman for Barbados. Shakira Selman is on 3 from 6 deliveries. Bowman is yet to get off the mark, already faced 3 deliveries. As I mentioned earlier, and Sylvanus, that we could basically see a slide here for the Bajans. They were cruising to Jamaica, and a cluster of wicket made they lost that game. 129 for 6. A few minutes ago, they were 125 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, that's a game of cricket, as we say. You can't help repeating it. A game of glorious uncertainties. Anything could happen. One time, it swung like a pendulum, you know. One team is on top, and another time, at the bottom, or the other team will take over a dominance. So, yeah, it's all good for cricket, you know, and it shows that the strength and the mission on which your team is on. You know, you have to show that fighting spirit all the time. But again, just going back to Harrigan, she has bowled so well. She has been bowling and nagging and very tight line. She would have spilled her own catch, but she came back to take 2 good wickets, breaking the partnership there. That was really giving them some trouble. So she must be commended as well, and I'm sure her colleagues would have, you know, applauded her for sticking to her guns, bowling to that tight line. She would have been struck a couple times, but nonetheless, she had bowled a tight line indeed.
Yeah, well, as I made mention earlier, that you don't have to have that kind of a pace to pick up wickets. And we see the likes of Corby here, who is bowling well. She have now bowled her 3.2 overs for some 10 runs and no wickets, unlike Nadia Mohammed, who already picked up 2 wickets, and she's bowling well. Like myself, who is a very, very slow bowler, would have basically picked up the most wicket award in just 2 concluded Masters tournament of the International Masters and at the local Masters tournament as well.
Right. And how quickly things changes in a game, because again now things are swung back into Trinidad favor, and you must give them again commendation for the way they would have stuck to their task as well. They have dismissed the 2 batters who would have held them up for quite some time, you know, and now they're feeling a little lighter. You're getting more of the chattering now that they have seen the back of Captain Aline and Holder, which has brought 2 new players to the wicket and has to now rebuild again.
Well, 2 new players to the wicket, and with the way that Kirby is bowling, pretty soon we might see the likes of Anisia Mohammed or Harry Charan back with ball in hand from this end. And on the Riverside end, we have seen the likes of Nadia Mohammed picking up wickets down there. So I think they will continue with her a little bit more from that end and bring some changes from the Pavilion end.
Yeah, I won't be surprised to see those changes. They would be very interesting changes, and to see how the batters in the lower end of the order will cope with them. But nonetheless, it doesn't stop the Bajans from looking. They're looking to go on the attack. And at least it's at the stage of the game where they ought to do so. 129 for 6. 41 overs being bowled. Another 7 overs to come. Anything can happen from here. We could see the onslaught. We either see an explore of runs, or we see wickets tumbling. Either way.
Well, what I know, the Bajans still have the likes of Connell in the hut to come as well. So these 2 have to batter most of the overs, or Barbados could be bowled out within the 48th over. As you see, Nadia Mohammed back with ball in hand. None of that ball to her. She's in her 6th over. 2 wickets, 7 runs so far. Bowling well here for Trinidad and Tobago. Beautiful going here by Nadia Mohammed.
Yeah, very good going by her, showing that she has the stamina. She has been going without a break, 6 straight. It's a lot of work, but she's doing the job for her team, and so she's getting the encouragement as well from her teammates were willing her on, and she continued to bowl at impeccable line. It is very good indeed.
Really good bowling by Mohammed. I love the fact that she's pulling her finger on the side of the ball, pulling it down. Really good bowling here by Nadia Mohammed. Looking for her third wicket. Looking to get her the 7th wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. 129 for 6. Barbados. Outside edge, running down to the boundary. Won't get the legs to go there. But picking up 2 runs. 2 more to Barbados. Off the mark is Alicia Bowman. Now 2 from 8.
Yeah, thick outside edge there with a vacant slip. She chances her arm and it just peel off the outside edge, run down to the third man boundary and got 2 runs. It's Bowman. Alicia Bowman. Yeah, she is now playing this one up to long on, and mid-on runs across but couldn't stop it. A single resulting. So Alicia moves on to 2. That brings Shakira Selman into strike. Remember, there are 2 new batters after the fall of the wicket of Captain Aline, and Holder would have done a spectacular job. And here it is again. Harrigan, who have been bowling extremely well from the southern end, has gotten Selman, Shakira Selman, a Yorker, and bowled her completely. She missed it. It was fully pitched. And she tried to really drive and misses completely and lost her off stump.
Late, and that was Shakira Sylvanus. Late, and that beautiful bowling, as I mentioned, from the likes of Nadia Mohammed. Keeps searching for wickets for her personal gain and for Trinidad and Tobago. She picked up her 3rd wicket, only gone for 10 runs, and at the end of over 42, the Barbados 132 for 7.
Yes, and as you rightly said, in this stage of the game, anything could happen where Barbados is looking for quick runs, and Trinidad, sensing that they could really bowl Barbados out, is really sticking to the task. And Charigan, as we said, has been bowling non-stop. She's into her 7th over, and she has been doing a remarkable job. And like you rightly said, now we are seeing the change coming in, and you predicted it well, Rajiv. So the experienced Mohammed will pick it up from those commentators' end.
Yeah, when you definitely look into wickets and to restrict teams, you have to have your trump card back. Nadia Mohammed from the river end is picking up wickets. You're not getting that wicket that you're looking for from the pavilion end. Was bowling well was Leon Kirby, but we are searching for wickets here, and that is what Trinidad and Tobago are doing. Hence the reason they brought back the likes of the experienced Anicia Mohammed, who have bowled 8.2 overs so far, 22 runs, 3 wickets.
Yeah, she too has been very good and has been a thorn in the flesh for the Barbadians, and really and truly they wish that she had no more overs. But here is a delivery that, wow, sort of had her in a bit of trouble there. She was really looking to bang through the offside, but it turned that she has to change her shot. She sort of tugged it onto the onside where short mid-wicket is there and field. And for the first time, I've seen Mohammed really trying the faster delivery, pulling it down. Almost caught the batter by surprise, but she was already in position for that short pitch. And as we mentioned, Rajiv, Barbados is really looking to be on the attack to see how many runs they can get in the remaining overs.
Well, you would have mentioned a total of 150 add, but it seems like it's a long way from here. 133 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago on the hunt to pick up their 8th wicket. Anicia Mohammed searching for her 4th wicket. That one lobbed in the onside, picking up a single there is Alison Garden, who is now off the mark. 1 from 1. El Senior Bowman 4 from 13. 134 for 7, Barbados.
Another single resulting 135 for 7. Barbados, which I think Rajiv is a fighting total, definitely here on this ground. We could expect this could be a very keen contest. 134 for 7. I think Barbados will be relatively pleased with their performance.
Well, as I mentioned to you earlier, Sylvanus, that both teams know how important this game is. If the Windward Islands to lose to Guyana, that's the importance of the game. But they are here at Cumberland playing, not knowing what is taking place in Park Hill. So it's important for both teams here to win this game. But only one team can win.
Definitely, well said. Only one team can win. As Sharigan again, this one is flashing outside the off stump. As we said, Rajiv, anything, and there's a hesitation, but the batters came back for 2 runs. So we are seeing the sign of going on the attack by Barbados in this latter part of the overs. This one, Bowman flashing a drive that goes over the head of the cover region, the infielder actually. They have to give chase and they got 2 more runs. The total going up now to 137. And here's another miss. So anything goes right about now, Rajiv. As many runs as they can pile on from here on would be a bonus for Barbados.
Well, this is what Trinidad and Tobago won't want. And 2 badly lined deliveries there by Nadia Mohammed. So I think somewhat she have lost her line. That she have been bowling exceptionally well for the first 6 overs. She are now 6.1 overs, 15 runs, 3 wickets. So she need to find back that line and length that she was bowling in her previous 6 overs that gave her those 3 wickets. And the Barbados 140 for the loss of 7 in over 44. Another full toss driven straight to Brittany Cooper. Could not feel correctly. A run out could be here. But I get back. So Brittany Cooper saving a lot of runs in that cover area there for the Trinidad and Tobago. Probably in a little bit of discomfort. Ball was hit ferociously straight to Brittany Cooper. Now they are calling for the physio. As we see the physio run onto the field, gonna give Brittany Cooper some attention. 144-7 in the 44th over. How much more can Barbados get here? They have 3 more wickets in hand.
Yeah, well, the advice they will be given is to get as many runs as you can accumulate in these latter part of the overs, you know. See how much we can really we give. So it's like they will be turning this now into a T20. And they will be going at it all guns blazing. And they have been able to pick up a couple runs thus far. At the same time, Trinidad is having other thoughts and looking for that 8th wicket. But they can't afford to bowl loosely at this stage of the game. They were bowling a very tidy length all through the match, except for a few balls that strayed. But they had to continue in that vein because so far they were pretty well supported by their fielders. We saw Cooper down now. That ball was firmly driven because it was a really long hop delivery and was given the full treatment of a drive and probably might have just clipped the finger of Cooper. The physio going out and making some amends and seems to be all right now. So the players now are picking up their position. But again, Barbados no doubt will be looking to reach up to the 150 mark. It isn't impossible. They still have some overs in hand. And once they continue to get that scoreboard ticking over, they should be able to make it in the remaining overs.
Yeah, well said. Just an update on the other games that are going on throughout the country in the CG United CWI Women's Super 50 Cup here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at Sand Hill. That game was reduced to 40 overs. Leeward Islands batting 104. 100 for the loss of 4 wickets. That's against Jamaica. And at Park Hill, that game was reduced to 41 overs. The Windward Islands batting 96 for the loss of 6 wickets against Guyana. And here at Cumberland, this game has been reduced to 48 overs. Barbados batting 140 for the loss of 7 wickets against Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, Rajiv. Well, from a Windward standpoint, I will hope that the Windwards at least do like Barbados for the batters who are there now to come and see that they get over the 100 runs mark, which is very important. It's a psychological total once you get to the 100 and 100 plus. I know at that stage of the game, if they could even muster to 130, it would be a challenge for the Guyanese. They're at Park Hill. Given the conditions that they're playing under, we heard that the overs being reduced to 41, which is quite a bit, unlike here. Only 2 overs was taken off. So we are having a good game down here in spite of the early threat that the weather look a little bit uncertain, but so far so good. Conditions are really good for cricket.
Yeah, well said there, Sylvanus. As we see, Nadia Mohammed still searching for that wicket. Quick single here now for judge run there by Gordon and Bowman, who gets his score ticking over 142 for the loss of 7 in the 44th over. Nadia Mohammed 6.5 overs, 3 wickets, 17 runs. Keep bowling well here for Trinidad, but still looking for her 4th wicket, while Trinidad and Tobago is looking for their 8th wicket. Another beautiful shot there by Bowman for no run. At the end of the 44th over, the score is 142 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Gordon has just come to the wicket, and Alicia Bowman, they have shown intent in terms of getting the score going. At least they're running between the wickets, have shown some intent. They've been running aggressively, and they're trying as hard as they could to make sure that they don't have too many dot balls, Rajiv, on their score sheet. So that's a good sign for Barbados, and Trinidad on the other hand would really like to cut out those singles as much as they would want to have another wicket.
Well, from the batting perspective, you have 4 overs remaining. You would not really want to be soaking up deliveries. You really and truly want to capitalize on everything that is offered. Try to score off every delivery, which is very important for Barbados. Get your score. You are now 142 for 7. Get your score somewhere around the region of 165. As we see a lofted shot there by Gordon, and she is caught by Brittany Cooper. Soft dismissal there. Another wicket for Anisia Mohammed, who picked up her 4th wicket.
Yeah. Again, I was just about to say Mohammed has not been flighting the ball as you would have seen her in her earlier spell, but this one was flighted outside the off, some attempting the batsman to go for the big drive. At this stage of the game, there is no need to hold back, and unfortunately, I don't think Gordon got across to that delivery and just held out to extra cover, giving a simple catch. So another breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago, a very good breakthrough indeed. And as again, we now see Connell wearing the number 46. Very tall in stature, we would say a stallion. And you have spoken about her. I've not seen her before. So she's walking out to the wicket now. She will be she will be taking strike actually. Gordon having just out caught at extra cover. So Barbados now losing their 8th wicket are 142. Still within reach of making 150 runs.
Yeah, they're just 8 runs shy from that magical total. 150 here at Cumberland could definitely be challenging for any team batting second, and with the likes of Connell, who just walked to the crease with ball in hand. She's very, very dangerous, as she first delivery played off the leg. Another dot ball there. Really and truly, and Sylvanus, Barbados would not want that, but Trinidad and Tobago will take that any day.
Yeah, definitely. And I would like to see Mohammed again flighting that ball a little bit more for the new batter. And here it is. Oh, my goodness. That was a beautiful delivery. given a little bit of air there, and here is
What I could say for you to use Sylvanus, that both players of Anissa Mohammed and Connell, they know each other's game. They had played for West Indies for a number of years together.
yeah, she definitely looks like she can really hit the ball and give it a good thump. She gets this one in the inner half of the bat. She will take strike. No, there's one more ball to go. She gets it down to deep mid wicket for a single, so she's off the mark. And it's a really, really a good time for her to come in at this stage of the game. With just a few overs remaining, she could be good if she can give it a good thump. And here's a delivery, well bowled, spinning back into the batsman, cramping the batsman there as she tries to come forward. She just has to drop her hands on that one. So we see substitute for Barbados, bringing something for God, no doubt a word of advice. Give her helmet as well. It could be a sign that she give her some word of advice as well as she tell her that, Connell, sorry. And it could be a sign that she's going to have a go as well. So she has put on her protective helmet. So we see what this means at this stage of the game.
Well, I think it is mandatory now, and Sylvanus, that once a pace bowler is on, you have to wear that helmet. I've seen it in several encounters where, and also in the T20 just concluded where Leeward Islands won that tournament. Seam bowler was bowling, and the batter did not want to put on the helmet, but the umpire make sure that that happens. Is your protective gear. So
Yeah,
good start again there by Nadia Mohammed, who keep pushing that ball wider and wider away from the reach of Connell. We won't want her to get under any of those deliveries.
And definitely Connell is demonstrating that she's playing with a lot of right hand. She definitely tucked that ball from off onto the leg side. And here's a delivery fully on the leg side. Missed the batter, missed the keeper. It's running down here to fine leg. There's a trace. And 3 runs resulting. 3 welcome runs for the Barbadian total. Ball that was pitched outside leg. Missed by the batter, missed by the keeper. Backward square as well as backward point, give chase. Backward point winning the race, return the ball to the keeper. But 3 runs already resulting. So Mohammed will try again to Bowman. Outside the off stump, the umpire hand goes out to say it's a wide delivery. 148 for 8 Barbados. Inching closer to that magical mark, psychological total of 150. And I don't see why they cannot get it. Still have enough overs to attain 150. $150 is a lot of runs here at this ground. I have not seen Trinidad chasing a bigger total than that, did they, Rajiv?
Well, they do have a lot of batters in their lineup. It's just about applying themselves. You're playing a 50 over game. You're not playing a T20. You just came out of a T20 tournament. You are playing a 48 over contest here at Cumberland. You may be chasing around a region of 150 odd, and you have all 48 overs to bat. You have the entire evening.
Mohammed strained a bit down the leg side, a wide result in that pushes on the score to 149. 149. Bowman finding it difficult to really get Mohammed away. She's not bowling all that quick by any means, and still it seems, Rajiv, that she's still holding back sometimes.
Yes, she's bowling lovely for Trinidad and Tobago. She have bowled 7.4 overs for only 23 runs and picking up 3 wickets so far. And really and truly good going there with the Trinidad and Tobago have the likes of Kirby still, but I don't think that you will see the medium pace of Kirby coming back anytime soon. Have the likes of Rabnat and Harry Charan and so on as the skipper as well to bowl. As we see that one lofted straight over the bowler's head, getting close to the boundary. But only for a single, should have been taken a two on that occasion. As we see 150 up for the Barbados women for 8 wickets in over 46.
Yeah, a bit disappointed there with Connell. She knows she has to come back to the danger end, and had she run that first single, you're always told by your coaches or managers to run the first run fast. And I'm sure the call would have been 2, but she was not able to make it. And here she is now, looking to really muscle this one over the top, but clever bowling there by Mohammed. Slow, she held it back, and Connell has to check her shot there. That brings it over to an end. Barbados, 149. No, 150 actually. They have reached that magical score of 150. So we really have a match on here, Rajiv.
Yeah, really, really good going here by the Barbados woman. I recall playing for a team in the finals here, which is Future Legends, Rosal Future Legends. We scored 232 and still lost that game right here at Cumberland.
That's how it is sometimes, you know. I mean, the better team win, you know. You look at what are your strengths and weaknesses, and the fact that if you would have batted first in that game though, batted first, and I think that would be a good amount of runs based on your bowling attack as well. You know what you have to do. But again, the other team no doubt would have other ideas and came out victors. So that's the game of cricket. And when you're in a competitive game, competitive sports, these are things that could go wrong sometimes.
Yeah, as we see the captain for Trinidad and Tobago back with a ball in hand, Karishma Ramharak have bowled 8 overs so far, only for 19 runs. Haven't picked up the wickets as yet. Still searching for her first wicket here for Trinidad and Tobago at Cumberland with Barbados 150 for 8 in the 47th over. Remember, it's a 48 over contest here at Cumberland. At the end of this over, we have 1 over remaining. Searching for her first wicket is Ramharak. 2 consecutive dot ball there. Sylvanus?
Yeah, and she's bowling out to tailenders, and she fancy her chance of getting a wicket or two. So I don't think she's fearful of anything, because she's really having the batsman uncertain as to what to do, and she has been bowling with all her experience. Maybe a little bit too anxious at times, I think.
Well, I would not use the line at tailenders, because most teams going around the world now don't have tailenders. They have lower order batters, and the likes of Connell still there. She's capable of walking you, and once you get under that ball, you know it could definitely go for maximum.
Yes, and she's pulling this to the deep mid-wicket region, and she come to for 1. So it's 151 now. Barbados 151. 151, and you see the fielders going right back on the boundary now for Connell, who is a very heavy set individual. We seeing the fielders being pushed back on the boundary to deep mid wicket. Yes. Deep mid on. And she has bowled her. Connell really shaping up to hit this one over the mid wicket or around the cow corner area, but misses it completely, and Ramna Harat has gotten her first breakthrough. Ramharak has gotten her first wicket. As we said, Rajiv.
Yeah, she have been searching for that wicket for a while since the start of this encounter against Barbados. She picked it up in the 47 over and getting the likes of Shamilia Connell. Really and truly good bowling there by the captain of Trinidad and Tobago, Ramharak. picking up her fourth wicket in her ninth over. 20 runs, 1 wicket. Really, really good going there.
Yeah, so as the Barbadian innings getting close to wind up, and then as the overs, as a matter of fact, of this innings is almost to an end, I won't fault her so much because she definitely has to go. It's unfortunately that she missed it. She took her eyes off it. She really wind up to hit it over the top and was comprehensively bowled.
As we see the new batter here of Shanika Bruce to the crease, searching for her second wicket is Ram Harak. Just tickled wrong the corner by Bruce and looking for a second, but her partner not interested in coming back for that second. So at the end of the 47th over, the score here at Cumberland is 152 for the loss of 9 wickets.
152 for 9. Anything beyond this now is bonus for the Barbadians. On the other hand, with just 1 wicket to go, with just 1 wicket to go and 1 over to be bowled, Barbados no doubt would like to see how much they could accumulate from this final over. And also Trinidad would like to ensure that they restrict them under at least 160, 175. And interestingly, Rajiv, we have not even seen a 6 hit in this match as yet. So the big right-hander in Connell, who seems to be the one who might have really struck that ball over the fence, has gone. I don't know for the other batters behind. You probably would have seen them.
Yeah, we haven't seen a maximum hit in the batting innings for Barbados. 1 over remaining. I do not think any of the 2 batters there do have that power. But the likes of Trinidad and Tobago, it have Kirby, it also have Brittany Cooper, who would definitely hit those powerful shots. Yeah, so when they're turn at the crease, we will definitely and we should probably see some maximum from them as well. As the final over being bowled by Ramnat, 2 consecutive dot ball here. She's into her 7th over. Picked up 1 wicket for 20 runs so far. We see a 4th slip, we see a 2nd slip, and this is what I've been asking for a very, very long time.
Pressure and more pressure, as you say, before to be called scientifically as lower end batters and not tail enders. So I'm corrected by Rajiv, and I agree with that. So lower end batters, and there is Ramnat really bowling a very tidy and steady line, impeccable line indeed. She's back to herself bowling at these lower end batters, and so much so that she has an attacking feel. I may call it a 2 slip and a gully. The 2nd slip, it really should be a gully. It's very close to a 2nd slip, Rajiv, because that ball is turning away from the left-hander, and she's hoping that she could get one to bounce and turn and get the edge.
So that's the end of the batting innings for Barbados here at Cumberland. With they have a post a total of 152 for 9 in the allotted 48 overs. The batting card for Barbados, Alicia Scantlebury, 3 runs from 27 balls. Ebony Brathwaite, 1 run from 4 balls. Nijani Kamabach, 10 runs from 25 balls. Asabi Calendar, 22 runs from 44 balls. The captain, Alea Aline, 43 runs from 61 balls. Trishan Holder, 32 from 71. Shakira Selman, 3 from 13. Alicia Bowman, 10 from 28. Alison Garden, 2 from 4. Shamilia Connell, 1 from 6. Shanika Bruce, 1 from 4. The bowling card for Trinidad and Tobago, Anissa Mohammed completed her 10 overs, 1 made 26 runs, 4 wickets. Karishma Ramharak, 9 overs, no made 21 runs, 1 wicket. Samara Radnat, 7 overs, 1 made 20 runs, 1 wicket. Brianna Haricharan, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs, no wicket. Shreya Jairan, 4 overs, no maiden, 19 runs, no wickets. Nadia Mohammed, 8 overs, 2 maiden, 24 runs, 3 wickets. And Leon Kirby, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, no wickets. That's a total of 152 for the loss of 9 wickets for the Barbados batting.
And yes, Rajiv, we could conclude that we have seen some fighting spirit from both teams. But Trinidad at one stage from the beginning of this match looked like they're going to run through the Barbadians, and then the Barbadians came fighting back, putting their heads down and really ensuring that they get over 100 to accumulate a good fighting total of 152. So in all, both teams have demonstrated this is what cricket is all about. You could be down at one time, but you could always, there's a chance for you to really bounce back if you really put in the effort. And we have seen some very good cricket here and expect to see more later this afternoon.
Yeah, very good cricket by both teams. Batting wise, Barbados stuck in there and get over 150. And Trinidad and Tobago in that middle phase when Barbados was batting looked like they really and truly wanted to bat all 48 overs. They stuck to their guns, ringing the changes, and eventually when they get that breakthrough, they capitalized on it and did well for them. Hence the reason why Barbados lost 9 wickets.
Yes, and Trinidad might be a little bit disappointed that they did not bowl out Barbados, but one outstanding feature of the game was that 15-year-old Charan. I'm impressed with her bowling and being exposed at this level. So that's a bright prospect for women's cricket in the region.
Yeah, she definitely in good arms to the likes of Anisa Mohammed, who would have basically picked up 4 wickets today and picked up 8 wickets in her last encounter in Park Hill against Guyana. So in all, she have 12 wickets so far from 2 games, which is very important. That is something for the young 15-year-old of Jairan to look and see what she's doing and say to herself, I want to be like Anisa Mohammed.
So right from where we are here at Cumberland, we're going to return you to Master Control as we await. Well, we'll take the lunch break now. And Barbados, winning the toss and batting, have scored 152 for 9 off of their allotted 48 overs. The overs have been reduced due to a short shower early this morning. Barbados, 152 for 9. Later on, we'll come back.
Welcome back here at Cumberland playing field where we're witnessing this matchup between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. Barbados posted 152 for 9 of their allotted 48 overs, which means Trinidad and Tobago will need 153 for victory here at Cumberland. As we're getting ready after the lunch break to continue proceedings here. Beautiful conditions here for cricket at Cumberland. A little bit overcast at the moment as we see the start of the batting innings for Trinidad and Tobago. As I welcome back Sylvanus in the comebacks here at Cumberland. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Rajiv. Good afternoon, viewers and listeners. Lovely cricket here at Cumberland playing field. In this contest between Barbados and Trinidad already, we were seeing Barbados taking their turn at the crease and mustered 152 for 9. A welcome 50-odd partnership between the captain Aline and Holder. They did well to ensure that Barbados, after struggling in the earlier part of their innings, really seemed like they would not get past 100, but through these two batters, Captain Aline, who must be commended, and Holder as well, when the score was reeling at about 20 odd for 3, came in and put their heads down, and now they have accumulated 152 runs. Of course, it's reduction in the 50 overs to 48 overs, so we see Trinidad off the mark, right? Janina Joseph, she's off the mark by just turning this one behind square for a single, so Trinidad won without loss.
See now, me boy.
As we see the likes of Joseph here opening for Trinidad and Tobago, and Ramnat Samara Ramnat opening the batting here for Trinidad and Tobago. 152 for 9 posted by Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago will need 153 for victory here at Cumberland, as we saw the first over come to an end, being bowled by Kamabach.
An extremely cool conditions here, Rajiv. Unlike earlier, we had a mixture of sun coming out in its brilliance as well as some cloud cover mixed with a little drizzle rain. But now here in the latter part of the afternoon, with Trinidad making their response to the 152 made by the Barbadians. It's pretty cool, and there's a nice cool breeze blowing across. So cool conditions that will help the players a lot conserve their energy.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned earlier on, that these are the kind of conditions I definitely love to play cricket in. As we saw the second over coming from the river end with the likes of Alison Gordon score on 3 without loss in 1.1 over. Trinidad and Tobago tracing a total of 153 for victory at Cumberland. Batting for Trinidad and Tobago is Joseph and Ramnat with batting hand opening proceedings here at Cumberland. As we see a lovely drive, will challenge the boundary, will not get the legs to the boundary. Beautiful shot there by Ramnat with the score now on 4 for the loss for no wicket.
It's a tricky situation here this afternoon, Rajiv. It's a tricky situation. 152 to beat Trinidad. They have to really put their heads down and they have to be off to a very positive start. So far, no devil yet, and here's this one by Ramnat nicely played through the backward point area and pick up 2 good runs. Coming forward and just opening the face. The ball running down to backward point. So yes, I was saying, Rajiv, that 152 is by a fairly good total, a challenging total, a fighting total, and Barbados surely must think that they have a chance here, but it's for the Trinidadians now to reply and to reply positively.
Well, 152 on the board. It's already on the board. As we say in our young days, as runs on the board is runs on the board. And leaving the field with that momentum of posting that total, you should be coming back out after lunch with that same momentum as well and trying to get the better of Trinidad and Tobago here, who is on here trying to get that 153 for victory. They are now 6 without loss.
Well, what we are seeing here from the Barbadians in the field now, that a different strategy in the bowling attack has taken place, unlike the Trinidadians who open with twin spin. You're now seeing what we come to know as a spin and pace attack. Spin from one end, pace from the other end, but Trinidadians so far look quite comfortably. The wicket is playing nicely now, much easier than what we would have seen earlier before, where there was quite a bit of vicious turn and bounce. So it's very, very important to see. It could be a tricky situation based on how the Barbadian bowls to the Trinidadians and how they apply themselves.
Well, what I could say for the Bajans, they have to remember and that this is not a Park Hill playing field where they they picked up all 10 wickets against Leeward. So this is against a Trinidad team who have the likes of the Kirby, have the likes of the Anisia Mohammed, they have the likes of the Brittany Cooper, they have the likes as well of Amelia Khan, who definitely could hit a long ball. So it's important for them in this power play to do well in this power play. If they don't do anything, do well in this power play, and Trinidad and Tobago get anything in the region of 40 runs, Trinidad and Tobago could definitely say they should win this encounter against Barbados.
Yeah, so even with, I talk about a positive start, if Trinidad is going to get anywhere close to this total and even to overtake it, we have seen that positive running between the wickets already, between these two diminutive figures at the crease for Trinidad. And that is a very positive sign indeed.
Well, what I know of the both batters there, they are not power hitters. So they will pick the gaps, take the singles when it's off. If they get the 2s and the 3s, they will definitely take them. If they get the odd boundary, then they will so take that as well. But they are not power hitters. They still have the legs of the, as I mentioned before, the Kirby. An appeal for LBW, and she's given that dreaded finger by the umpire. So that's a 1 wicket down for Trinidad and Tobago with the score on a 7-4-1 in over number 3.
Yeah, it's unfortunately that one was the first one that we have seen kept so low, and from a spinner who is really pushing it through. Here is Joseph trying to sweep that one, but missed it completely, and it was struck plumb in front, and she just has to go. There is no way that she was dead in the middle there. So Trinidad Orly has lost their first wicket, and it's a sign that we would not want to see. We have seen so often when 1 wicket fall, that sometimes, as we say, 1 bring 2. And if Trinidad has to lose wicket here too quickly, then we will have our wrap up of this match, which we really don't want to see. We want it to go right down to the wire.
Well, as you see, the new batter here of Chanel for Trinidad and Tobago, sporting the number 17 on her t-shirt. Batting at number 3 for Trinidad and Tobago with the score on 7-4-1. Picking up that wicket is Kamabach into a second over 4 runs, 1 wicket at 1.3 overs here at Cumberland.
So Kamabach striking first blood here for Barbados, making sure that they get an early breakthrough, and definitely looking forward to winning this game. Having lost their last game, we'd really look for a win here at Cumberland. Very cool and calculating playing conditions at this present time. Here's a delivery similar to the one that got Joseph out. She went pretty early into the attack. Had she played a little bit straighter, she would be still there at the crease, but she opted to go across the line and pay the penalty.
Well, as we see in a spin from one end, a pace from the other end, still have the likes of Connell still to come. Still have the like of Gordon who bowling from the river end as well. Also, it have Kalinda. You know, these are bowlers that the Barbados could definitely turn to if needed.
Well, it's always good to have these these choices as a captain, you know, that you could lean on depending on how things are going out there. We would have seen where Trinidad tried with the spin, but then eventually with the partnership being held up by skipper Aline as well as Holder, they had to turn to their pace bowlers. Here is Gordon, the delivery that brings Joseph forward. So it's Ramnut the batsman out. And here's Joseph driving. It's through the cover fielder legs. So the batsman crossed for one. They're thinking of a second, but they decided against it. A brilliant throw right over the stumps back to Gordon. That's his beautiful feeling, and this is what we want to see in the outfield. When you really want to win a game, you have to put your all into it, Rajiv. And we have seen some good outfield by these ladies, both teams, particularly Trinidad. We would have seen some good ones from them, apart from a few blemishes where they would have dropped 2 catches, but we won't really put too much pressure on them. They have demonstrated that they definitely, their outfit was pretty good and they played as a team. And the feeling was pretty good.
Yeah, well said. Alison Gordon continue from the river end. The score now an 8-4-1 in the 4th over. Bowling well here for Barbados. Start well is Kamabach as well, picking up that lone wicket so far in this contest between Trinidad and Tobago and the Barbados ladies. Another single taken there by Trinidad and Tobago, move up to 9-4-1 in 3.4 overs. Batting for Trinidad is Joseph and Sa. Beautiful shot there. For a single, there's 2.5. Why don't you go for the 2? But beautiful feeling there again from the Bajans as they restrict data to a single. Picking up all the singles here, Sylvanus, is very important in the power play, especially for the Trinidad and Tobago ladies.
Yes, definitely. And shot selection again in this type of cricket is very important. They're still a long way off. And there are times when you will have to definitely start picking up the pace, but pushing along the singles, keeping the scoreboard ticking over is very, very important. So that if you don't get the boundaries, 6 singles is 6 runs.
Well, what I can say, keep a wicket in hand is very important for Trinidad and Tobago because they have a total of 153 to overhaul this target. They're already 11-1, so it means that they have 9 wickets in hand remaining, and they still have a somewhere of 142 runs to get still if they are to win this encounter against Barbados.
And at the end of this 4 overs, they still have another 44 overs to come. So still a lot of overs in this game, still a lot of time. Well, of course, we don't know what the weather will be like from here on, but we hope that we will get a full 48 overs and that there will be no further reduction because we are seeing some very strange outlook in the weather pattern right now. But sun is out and then it goes into its shadows at times. But we are hoping for a good finish here.
Well, I was just about to say, as you keep mentioning the weather, the sun peep out and remind you that I will be fair to you guys for the rest of the duration of this game as we see Cumberbatch back with ball in hand from the pavilion end. She's in her third over, already picked up 1 wicket for only 4 runs.
So far she has been bowling pretty okay. Very quick through the air though. And we could see Saw covering her off some well, back on a cross, punching out to the offside. Very good technique she's employing here. Just in the event anything has to turn, she's covering her off stump very well. And she comes again, solid in defense. From a ball from Cumberbatch. Cumberbatch seems eager to get through her overs. It's always an intriguing contest between the islands, whichever island you are from here in the Caribbean, and these two islands where cricket is concerned and other sports have been going at it for years now. History will show. There's a season when Barbados would be on top, or there's another time when Trinidad would be on top. Unfortunately, the Windies have been always referred to as the Cinderellas, but they would have made some very, very good representation, even at the West Indies level, in the male-dominated sports as well. So, but it's always good to see the contest between the islands. Right now at Cumberland, it's the bat and ball contest between Barbados and Trinidad. This is the CG50 Super 50 overs aside in this match. After a short shower, early shower this morning, overs has been reduced to a 48 overs match. Barbados accumulating 150 for 9. Trinidad replying. And now 14 for 1. Losing an early wicket and hoping to dig in deeper to try and overhaul this 152, which is a very good total made by Barbados, who seem like they won't be even going to make 100 runs. But that's what cricket is all about. You have to show determination and grit and fighting spirit. So they are now 15 or 5 overs, 15 for 1. Barbados in reply to Trinidad in reply to Barbados 152, 15 for 1 or 5 overs.
Well, just a reminder of the Windward Island game against Guyana at Park Hill. Windward Islands are bowled out for 97 in 35 overs. And the Guyanese women are 18 for 1 after 5 overs. Still needed another 80 from 36 overs with 9 wickets remaining.
Well, I heard that there was some overnight rain in Park Hill in the northeastern side of the island. I don't know what really transpired, if it is the wicket or it's the bowling attack of the Guyanese. But the fact that the Windwards would have played so well against Trinidad, who have a packed spin attack, and very good spin attack, which I have seen played at Park Hill. So what could account for them being restricted under 100? Is it that they did not focus and put their heads down? We don't know from this end. We are in the western part of the island. We are way down in Cumberland, for those of you who know St. Vincent. And we are having lovely conditions down here, and we are enjoying it and enjoying this contest. So we have seen Barbados dug themselves out of a hole to make 152. Trinidad now are trying to show that same resilience, having lost an early wicket.
Also, the other encounter at Cyan Hill, Leeward Islands taking on Jamaica. The Leeward Islands are 145 for 9, and that's a 40 over contest. They're in the 38 over, so they could basically see themselves over 150 as well.
Yeah, and Cyan Hill ground is a very fast ground. So, indeed, it's the second side to go over the 100 mark, which is a good sign again. So we wait the results as well. So we see a bowling, a change in the ends between Gordon. Is it Gordon? Yes. Cornell now has been moved to the northern end, bowling from the northern end. Two deliveries and missed. Playing and miss, playing and miss. Shamilia Cornell.
Hey, Shamila Connell is bowling from the river end in her force over. 5 deliveries so far, 1 run. Good going here from the Bajan's Trinidad and Tobago, 16 for the loss of 1 wicket in over number 6.
Yeah, she's quite a burly bowler, bustling in, heavy set, strong, and you could see that she's really charging. And here's delivery that is keeping low. Luckily for the batter, it's keeping low outside the off stumps. Had it been on the stumps, it could have been a different story. But that brings number 6 to an end. Number 6. And we are joined now by West Indies fast bowler.
So as we see Cumberbatch to continue here from the pavilion and Trinidad and Tobago, 16 for the loss of 1 wicket at the end of 6 overs. Batting for Trinidad and Tobago, Joseph and Sa, who need to bat deep and batter most of these overs. Try to eliminate the dot balls, get their team in a good spot where they could win this encounter against Barbados. As we welcome Kesrick Williams in the comebacks here at Cumberland's. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good day to you, Mr. Roberts. Nice breeze blowing across Cumberland here. Obviously, it's overcast. We had a bit of rain yesterday and today. So the little overcast condition I really don't mind, because down here in Cumberland I feel like I'm in England, Roberts.
Yeah, it felt that way somewhat from time to time. Beautiful bowling there. Lots of tone on that delivery there by Cumberbatch. As I was saying, it felt like that from time to time. The breeze is feeling so good here at Cumberland. Overcast condition, definitely good for cricket, Kesrick.
Yeah, and somebody that likes what's happening is Cumberbatch. Good bounce and turn. She's getting a bit of assistance on from the pitch. Sona is a little bit too straight. She's trying a little bit on the leg side, pulling it down to square leg. Just looking at the Trinidad batting lineup. Some good batters in their lineup, but just not a lot of batters that's packed with that power. You tend to lose out on a lot of power in the team until you meet up someone like a Anisia Mohammed, a Kirby, and a little bit of Brittany Cooper as well, more fitted for the one-day version of things. Pretty sure that Trinidad will like to take this home. Barbados with a mathematical chance of winning this tournament. After listening to the game up there in Park Hill with the Windward Islands and Guyana, still a chance, and I'll give you that mathematical chance after. That's the end of the over. Doctor finished things. The score is now 17 for 1.
$17 for 1 here at Cumberland. Trinidad and Tobago need 153 for victory here at Cumberland. Already lost 1 wicket. As we see the likes of Connell back from the river end here at Cumberland with ball in hand for her second over. It's really good going here by the Bajans, trying to win this game over Trinidad and Tobago, Kesrick.
Yeah, if they need to win this tournament, they need to be very Be very meticulous in terms of line and length, because that is what's important. Remember, from the starting of this tournament, I was saying that is the winner of this tournament have to take the most bonus points out of all their games. Jamaica didn't really execute that well, and surprisingly, Leewards, who was a champion of the T20, they are lingering at the bottom of the table. Windward Island, on the other hand, who lingered at the bottom of the table for the T20, they're really standing strong at the top with 20 points. If they only get at least 1 point out of the game today, or even winning their game today, they will definitely be champions. But if they leave that game without any sort of bonus points and not winning that game, and Barbados can take full advantage of this game, which is getting the win, this one just hitting the edge, and that one just run down to third man, just a single. If Barbados can get their full 4 points out of winning this game, and then their 4 bowling points, that will be 8 points, which will leave them with 21 points. So really and truly, if Barbados execute their plans, definitely show someone like a Roddy Eswick, who is their coach and was West Indies bowling coach, would definitely have some plans against these Trinidad batters. And if they can execute that, they can end up being the champions.
Yeah, I think definitely that's what they know about that before they come into this encounter against Trinidad and Tobago. And with the batters, like the skipper, for instance, Aline, dig so deep and getting to that total of 150 plus is very important for Barbados. As we see Trinidad and Tobago, likewise, thinking different, playing positive cricket here. 18 for 1 in the 8th over. Remember, it's a 48 over contest here at Cumberland. So at the end of this over, Trinidad and Tobago will have 40 more overs up their sleeve to overhaul this encounter here at Keswick. Another beautiful delivery there by Connell, who ends her over at the end of 8 over. The score is 18 for 1. Batting is Ramnath 4 from 7. Batting is Joseph 9 from 21. The only batter to out is Ramnath 4 from 7 and Sa 3 from 20.
It's such a good thing to see from the Windward Islands, who really linger at the bottom of the table in the T20. To turn things around in a matter of 3 days or so, to turn up to the West Indies won the tournament, who female won the tournament, and really show that we understand how to play the 50 over cricket, and they have really dominated throughout this tournament. Only 3 games. Just remember, winning this tournament will all be dependent upon how well you execute the bonus points. But this is well played. Yeah, it was on the line of the 4th stump, driving it out nicely. It challenges the boundary. Yeah, not good from the Barbados. Expect a lot better from them. Holder was doing the chase. Tried to pull it back, but only could have probably just pull it over her head. Calendar trying to pull it back as well, but dived into the boundary with it. Yeah, I expect a lot better from this team, because they are such a good feeling unit. Yeah, only was a nicely played shot as well. Came out the middle of the bat. Get to the pitch nicely, hitting it. Yeah, a lot to like about Aline Roberts, because she's not that type of bowler that likes to get hit for back-to-back boundaries. Kind of motivate her when she get hit. She bounced back and she really carried the Barbados team throughout that T20 tournament, even though that they did not win. You could have seen the difference in terms of Barbados last year and this year with her as captain.
Very well said there. Good comeback there again from Aline, who have been smacked for a bungry earlier on in the over. Come back with 2 consecutive dot ball there. Really good going here by the Barbados captain with the score now on 22-1 in the 9th over. Batting for Trinidad and Tobago is Joseph. Joseph is on 13 from 24. Sa is on 3 from 20. Trinidad and Tobago needs 130 runs still for victory. There are 22 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, nice. Bang on target is Ali Alim. What is impressive about the Windwards in this tournament as well, Roberts, is the fact that they are the only team to get into the double figures in terms of bonus points. Which is good, and you could see that because someone like a Janila Glasgow, from time to time we would probably hit on her sometimes because we know her potential. She is a West Indies player and certainly showed up in the 50 over version. Just a little bit so wide from Ali. Not a lot of damage done. Good work there on the at point by the fielder. Cutting it down for 1. So I'm very impressed with her work and what I've seen from her throughout this entire 50 over tournament. The maturity in the last game, taking them home with a victory over the Leeward Islands, even sinking them deeper. I'm pretty sure that the confidence of the Leeward Island team now is probably shattered after winning the T20. I'm pretty sure that they walk into this tournament with a lot of confidence. Yeah, but not what we expected. But it's the end of the over. Not to finish that over. Yeah, the score is now 23-1.
So with the score on 23-1 to continue proceedings here at Cumberland for the Barbados is Shamilia Connell coming from the Riverside end. As she into her 3rd over, bowling well so far. Only 3 runs conceded and haven't picked up a wicket as yet.
Yeah, stealing a single. It's Saw and Joseph. Yeah, a good piece of feeling there by Selman, Shakira Selman, that is. Yeah, she's feeling on cover. It was played with soft hands by Joseph. Looked like she was short of her ground a little bit. But we only would have known if there was a direct hit. A direct hit truly changed things. This one is badly line going down the line of the leg stump. Umpire on move. Just wondering if Barbados know the position that they're in, and just wondering if they know that they can win this tournament. They do have a mathematical chance of winning. So looking at the Barbados team, you would definitely see a level of consistency. Being able to come second in the T20 and now second in the 50 over. It just shows the level of consistency, and the team that came last in the T20 is now first in the 50 over, and the team that came first in the T20 is now last in the 50 over. You don't want to see that bigger difference in terms of team and how they're playing. To me, it really say that I guess teams are not comfortable with certain versions. I guess Windward Island is more fitted to the 50 over version. They want time to bat because we mentioned in the last game, Roberts, you look at someone like Abidi St. John from Windward Islands. She look a lot better playing the 50 over cricket. On the line of the leg stump again going down. Trinidad is also a team that played pretty well throughout this 50 over. One of their senior players, Anisia Mohammed, has the most wicket now in the 50 over. Janila Glasgow is with most runs.
Keep asking questions here. Is Connell right on target but unmoved by the umpire? So at the end of the 10th over, the score is 24 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago tracing a total of 152 for victory. And as we see the end of the first power play here at Cumberland.
I have to check the brand of the pads that Saw is using out there. I'm wondering if it's SC. Because the way how Shamika Kamil is hitting those pads, probably they belong to her. She have struck those pads about 4 times in that over. She have been asking a lot of questions in that over as well. We're trying to get certain things sorted. Just a little bit of adjustment in the side screen. We're still here with you folks. Getting a little bit too full, but good job by the fielder cover. Diving on it, Roberts. We mentioned about their feeling. A really good feeling squad.
Maintaining that wide off stump line is Aline. She in her second over, gone for 6 so far. Trinidad and Tobago 29 for 1, still in need of another 127 runs from 226 deliveries. So overs is not the problem here, Kesrick. It's just that you do not want to lose a cluster of wickets here. You're already 1 down. If you could bat as deep as possible until the 20th over, having a region of 50-something to close to 70, it's good for you.
Yeah, well, the thing about the Trinidad batters is that they're not heavy strikers off the ball like someone like a Ebony Bratwit or Kiana Joseph or a Hector or even a Glasgow. I can put her in there. They're not really heavy strikers off the ball, but what you definitely get from them is being able to rotate the strike, getting singles and finding the edge just like that. And this almost get to the boundary. I don't want to say it's a lucky edge. Just think it did a little too much there for Sal. Finding the edge. Probably think if they had a first slip in there, she would have been a goner. Didn't get to the boundary, so just a single. Looking to work that top hand a little bit more, saw.
Yeah, picking up the singles is very important for Trinidad and Tobago. And once the single is off, they will definitely take it. But anything in the region there to garden, she's doing well to prevent anything beating her in the cover area there. Kazrick?
Even though she have to sleep on the grass. Anything to stop that boundary. And this is when the pressure start to build. But Trinidad just need to know that there's a lot of overs left. Still maintaining that awesome line, running for a single. Get there easily.
Not happy with that single taken there is Captain Alina, but Trinidad and Tobago getting a move on. 27 for 1 after the end of 11th over. Slow going, but as I mentioned before, overs is not the problem. So once Trinidad and Tobago bat all 48 overs, I do see they coming out victorious here in this encounter. Back with ball in hand here for Barbados is Connell, and she into her 4th over. Her 3 previous over went for only 3 runs. Haven't picked up a wicket as yet. Searching for her first wicket is Connell. Another beautiful delivery there. Played back. No single on off. Another dot ball.
Really bowling well. Top of off. Maintaining that off stump line. So a level of consistency from the Barbados bowlers. Not gonna get much attacking strokes from these Trinidad players. We saw it in the T20. Naturally, they are not attacking players, but they can find a single. The Trinidad team remind me of Mandy Mango from Guyana. Not packed with a lot of power. But look to use the pace of bowlers. Coming down on the line of the 4th stump to Mandy Mango can be dangerous because she usually gets on her front foot and open the face and run it down to 3rd man. And sometimes she extend that front leg and try to get it more behind point. Passing the edge. So still the consistency from Barbados, Roberts, and maintaining that line outside off stump. Asking the batters to hit me on the offside. Even with a packed offside field and a slip. Canterbury there, a slip. Driving nicely. Got there safe. Good work from Kamabach. Hitting direct. It's always a loud appeal, or you could see more interest from fielders whenever you hit the stump directly. How much time have you hit the stump, Roberts?
Well, bowling wise, I would have definitely hit it a lot of time, but in the field, you know, I don't really have that kind of power like you, Keswick, from the shoulder come down to throw ball to. But with the ball in hand, yes, I definitely hit this stump on a few occasions.
I tell you what, as long as I'm in the cover point area, people get scared when I'm feeling in those areas. That's a lovely slow delivery from Connell to finish things off. Really searching for the wicket is Barbados. The score is now 29 for 1 after 12 overs.
continue from the pavilion and is skipper Aline, and she's in her third over. Her previous 2 overs went for 8 runs, searching for her first wicket. Barbados is searching for their second wicket with the score now on 29 for the loss of 1 wicket. Remember, Barbados won the toss and opted to bat first, posted a total of 152 for the loss of 9 wickets. Really gelling together are the Bajans here in the field. 29 for 1 at Trinidad and Tobago. Batting Sir 5 from 32 and Joseph 18 from 34. Another good stop there from Garden Day. Anything in the region that she definitely gonna put her body on the line to save any ball passing her, Kesrick.
Yeah, that's the type of players the Barbados do have.
Dead ball signaled by the umpire. 29 for 1 in the 13th over. Ball in hand for Barbados is Alina, the captain for Barbados, who have a very cool and calm head on her shoulder, doing exceptionally well for Barbados as a West Indies player as well. Really good for her. None of ball driven are there to mid off, fielding by Connell. Another single to Trinidad and Tobago as it moves up to 30 for 1.
This Barbados team is such a sight to see when they're playing well. I make mention of the difference in terms of the position in the T20 and the 50 over. Fair enough, Leeward Islands won the T20, and the team that came last is the Windward Islands. When you look at this tournament now, the Windward Islands is first and the Leeward Islands is last in this 50 over tournament. But the team that is consistent throughout both tournaments is Barbados. So for me, even though they may not win a tournament traveling from Barbados to St. Vincent, for me, I would say that they played a better cricket in terms of consistency. They have always maintained their position as a team, showing that they have been executing plans. And they actually have been planning coming into games. Because both tournaments, they are second. Not really going that extra mile in winning these tournaments, but really and truly a sight to see from the Barbados team. And the way how Aline have led these young ladies, they are a lot to be proud of. The way how she rotate the bowling, whenever she do come to the crease to bat, there's always a different sort of energy whenever she's batting. She continue momentum and she can rise momentum. Such a good player. Can't really say one for the future because she's already playing for West Indies and doing well. But someone talking about for future, you definitely have to talk about Bratwit. That's the end of the over. So another dot to finish that over. The score is now 30 for 1. I just want to ask a question though to Roberts. Just want you to single out at least 3 players in this tournament who has not played for West Indies as yet, that you see that have enough potential to go on and play for West Indies, and what do you think about that player, so that the viewers out there can understand, because some of the viewers may miss some of the games. We have been here for all eternity of the tournament. We have been here from the Windward Island tournament, the T20 Blaze, and now the 50 over. So in your mindset, what do you think, or who do you think out of this entire tournament, 3 players that you think can really or have that talent to go forward to play for West Indies in the future?
Well, you're talking about the future of West Indies, and to start with, a beautiful cut shot there. Beautiful. Rush into the boundary for 4 runs. Really good going here.
Yeah, Ruffy, we're on the leeward side of St. Vincent. I'm pretty sure we can get some breadfruit and put it behind that. Definitely going to be roasted. Yeah, went across the field like a chaser bullet. Roberts, really nicely played. Unexpected, I would say. Sort of a change of gear for Saw.
To make mention, I like the fast bowler from the Leeward Island of Hector. I'm not sure if she already played for West Indies, but she definitely have that kind of confidence within herself as well. The young leg spinner from Trinidad, Jairan, 15-year-old, walk with her. Give her that experience, exposure. She have the likes of Anicia Mohammed with her, Brittany Cooper, the Amelia Khan, and so forth. So just the guidance that she need. Very, very good prosper for West Indies. She's just 15, but she have a good head on her shoulder. Because that's 2 so far.
Yeah, just looking at each team, I'm pretty sure that me thinking about all these teams, I can think about one player from each team that I think have enough talent to go forward, and with given time they would be representing the West Indies team. And if I have to start with the Windward Island team, definitely gonna start to look at Amaya Gilbert. Haven't done anything for the Windward Island team as yet, but we saw her potential in the Windward Island tournament, playing for Dominica. Someone with a lot of talent. This one is driven nicely out to mid-off. Just a single. But you look at Amaya Gilbert and you can sense that she's a very easygoing person. Someone that needs someone behind of her 24/7 to let her know that you're good enough for this level. She sort of lose confidence whenever she don't score. Slower delivery from Connell. She sort of lose confidence whenever she don't score, and I find that she sort of looks like that person that is within herself. She's not that type of person that likes to explore, that likes to come out, that likes to be amongst others. She looks like a loner. I think if you're that type of person, be that type of person, but whenever you're in the middle, show that you can really play, because we have seen that throughout the Windward Island tournament. Not in this tournament, the West Indies tournament. We haven't seen that as yet, but with time, I think she's one of those players that's gonna get better with bat and ball, and she definitely can move on and play for West Indies as the over comes to an end. The score is now 37-1. You did mention Trinidad, and you mentioned your player, but my player from Trinidad is Ramnat. Yeah, batting in the middle, sometime in the top order, bowls off spin, and can also bat. Just need to develop a little bit more strength so that she can hit the ball down the ground with some power. I think she's one of those persons that would move on eventually and get into the West Indies team and make our women team stronger. Played for the under-19 team as well, West Indies under-19 team. Still maintaining that line on off stump. So the fact that she played for the West Indies under-19 team, it shows that she do have a lot of potential and captain the team as well. And when you talk about the Barbados team, I have to stick my pin on Bratwit. We saw how talented she is in terms of hitting the ball, a raw talent, just like the bat that she's using. She has that raw power and raw talent to hit the ball anywhere on the field, through cover and down the ground and through mid-wicket. Yeah, you cannot stray when she's batting. This one is driven nicely straight. Yeah, missing the stump, overrunning, and could get another one. Yeah, and they're definitely going to get it easy. What? Yeah, this is not good from Trinidad. They're missing out on runs here, Roberts.
Yeah. Missing out on runs is Trinidad and Tobago. That one overthrow went close to the boundary, and a second was an offer there, refused by Joseph. Really and truly not a good from Trinidad and Tobago. You still need 114 for victory. You are 38 for 1. Take every single that is given to you.
Yeah, on the back foot, punching it out to cover, just a single. So a lot of talent in this tournament. A lot of talent that we see can progress and go on and make the West Indies team. You look at Jamaica and there's Wilmot, a fast bowler, young fast bowler from Jamaica. I think given time, fit, tall, really nice, strong action, hit the surface hard. Good work again from going at short cover. And also with Wilmot, what you get is a nice bit of inward movement. Likes to hit the deck. So that is one good thing about her, because she wants to bowl fast. When you have a bowler with that sort of asset, bowling fast, you want them to bowl as fast as they can, and given time, you can work on them hitting that line and length that they need consistently to be good bowlers. So she's one definitely that I'm looking at to go on and play for West Indies. So a lot of talent that we can look at in this tournament that we think may go on or should go on to play for West Indies female team. Even Schultz from Guyana. We saw her late in the T20 version, but picking up 4 wickets the day when she made her debut and bowled pretty well. And what I like about her is her angles, a slower delivery again on the line of the stump. Yeah, just pushing it out to Gordon to end things off. So a dot to finish things again. Yeah, the score is 39 for 1. Just feel that these females need to play a bit more cricket. Yeah, I was having a conversation with a coach, and he was telling me that he understands that the females will never be in the bracket when it comes to the male cricket, where they're on contract and they have a program that they're training every day and all year round. He understands that the females may not be able to be in that same situation. Yeah. But they need to play more cricket if they need to improve. I'm pretty sure that this team here, the reason why they look different from the rest, they look a lot fitter. They look like they more understand the cricket, the way how they set the field, the way how they execute their plans, and that is Barbados I'm talking about. You could see that someone like Roddy Essex spend a lot of time with these girls. Someone who is not here as well, who I believe spend a lot of time with these girls, is Dexter Toppin from Barbados. And a lot of cricket has been played in Barbados, hence the reason why they are leading in terms of cricket and the amount of players that play for West Indies. Most of them are from Barbados, and who is going to judge them? They play the most cricket in the Caribbean. Trying to sweep. Well, it's a new bowler, Shakira Selman. Haven't seen a lot of her with ball in hand. Saw her in the first game. Picked up a wicket with the first ball bowling off spin. Just remember Shakira Selman played for West Indies as well. So she's been around for a while. Just coming back into the team this year. Cutting straight to point. Haven't really set the tournament alight, Roberts, but you could see off the field, she have really played a part in this team and being successful in this tournament. Not winning, but when I say success, in the way how they played the entire tournament in T20 and 50 over.
Yeah, well said there, Kesrick. Nice little partnership is growing here. 34 between our both batters. Definitely will need another 34. That will carry them in the region of a 68 partnership. Remember, they are just chasing a total of 153 for victory. Good comeback there by Selman. Her force over. Gone for 3 so far. Joseph batted 19 from 41 and Sa on 15 from 45. Trinidad and Tobago still need 110 from 195. Deliveries made that 109 from 194. So overs again, once again, is not a problem. It's just keeping wicket in hand. See how much you could get off the force 24 overs, Kesrick, which is very important. We remember it's a 48 over encounter here at Cumberland between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. So at the end of the 16th over, the score is 43 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago chasing 152 for victory here at Cumberland. As they're going to take a water break, so do we in the comebacks, and we'll return in 2 minutes' time.
Yes, and we're back here after a short jinx break. Just looking at the beach over there in Cumberland, a few yachts in the harbour. Just remember it's tourist season here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have over 30 something yachts down there. We're just seeing 3 here now, but usually packed with a lot of boats. A few spectators from the boats also walked over and take a look at the game. Not sure if they're looking for the great Chris Gale or Sir Vivian Richards or never know, maybe Gary Sobers. They're not here. Someone who know a lot about those guys back in the day is Mr. Sylvanus. How are you doing?
Yes, good afternoon to our viewers here, and we're back at Cumberland. Looking at this intriguing game of cricket here, battle continues between Trinidad and Tobago. I'm doing fine, Keswick, and it's always good to have you in the commentary box. Man who's knowledgeable, very experienced at this game, and would have played at the highest level. Yes, good analysts. I show the viewers and listeners would be enjoying their analytical skills. I think we have a match here at hand. I'm kind of pretty impressed with the approach of Trinidad. Having lost on all the wicket, they're still looking to really get things going. But the Barbadians have been pretty much on top of their game, keeping things tight. But nonetheless, some good cricket.
If you realize the team that have done pretty well in the one-day tournament is the teams that don't have that power. So they tend to bat longer because they don't have the power. They rotate the strike. They get their add boundaries here and there. So the team that is not as good with the T20, they have been doing fine in the 50 overs. And the reason being is because there's a lot more time to play in yourself.
Added to that, Keswick, is the long tradition of these teams throughout the Caribbean. Whenever you come up against like Barbados, you expect to meet a lot of pace, and we see in this game with Trinidad and Barbados, which is expected. Trinidad will be playing with a lot of speed. Whereas when Trinidad was bowling, they opened with twin spin, as they would have done when they went wrong Guyana at Park Hill. But this time they were forced because of a good partnership, a good long-standing partnership that really brought Barbados back into the game between skipper Ali and Holder. That break the spell where they have to introduce space for the first time.
I want to ask a question though, Sylvanus, because when it comes to the history of cricket, I'm pretty sure that just passing outside the edge of Joseph, just want to ask a question because you would more understand what Buster Cup, Carib Cup, and those tournaments used to be, like the Combine Islands, the Windward Islands. Well, the Combine Islands before it was Windward Islands and those things. You would have a better understanding of what it was like. This one is a little bit short, slow as well, pulled out to square leg by Joseph. What was it like looking at a Trinidad playing against Barbados back in those days, maybe in Trinidad, and then how it looked in Barbados?
Definitely, back in those days, I tell you, cricket was the order of the day, and not too many distractions that we're having now. So in those days, you were just playing sports more or less, cricket and football, and where regional cricket was concerned, there was quite a crowd, bigger than you're seeing here now. Much bigger, and yeah, it was very more or less like a mini test match. All those different to cricket. Sunday you have to go to church, then they will come to church, bring their friends, their family, their girlfriend, their wife, with a little drink, a lunch inside, and we'll have a good time, very good time. And there was a lot of chatter, especially I remember one call. Anyone told about him, very vocal. If you're out in the middle, you better make sure you perform if you're going to be hearing his mouth calling out.
Yeah,
But those were the days. Very competitive, and fellas used to bat long, long spells.
yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I would say luxury of playing in Barbados while I was in university. This one just hit out to cover. Scampering for a single. Would get home there easy. Yeah, just moving a little bit lethargic there.
Well, I was
But
able to
no
witness
damage
a
done. And it's the end of the over. Yeah, the score is now 49-1. And my question to you, well, I wouldn't say question. I would just say something first before I answer the question. So I basically, I was giving that luxury, and I would say luxury because playing cricket in Barbados, especially even at the club level, was just a different level of cricket altogether. The fact that you learn so much at the club level in Barbados, it makes you somewhat ready for international cricket immediately. That club level in Barbados, and it sounds strange to say, but sometimes the teams that you play with, the coach that's there, just full with so much knowledge. The university team at that time was coached by Floyd Reefer, who is now the assistant coach. Roddy Eswick was with a team. Calimo was with a team. Pedro Collins was with a team. So much West Indies knowledge is with different teams in Barbados. And the coaching there was just outstanding. I can remember Clark. He was at a club that I played against. That's Kalmir's father. So when you play club cricket in Barbados, it's like it's getting you ready for international cricket. Not an easy crowd to play against or wrong. And then they let you know if you're good or if you're bad. And the thing about people in Barbados, when you play cricket in Barbados, they are so honest with their cricket and they're so knowledgeable that whenever someone from Barbados tells you that you're a good player, you just have to believe them. And this one was a little bit too short and it was pulled out to deep mid wicket, just a single. Good work from Shakira Selman again, managing that leg side boundary. Rain is falling. Not sure why the umpires are still out there because this is cricket, not football. Yeah, the ground staff is lined up with the covers ready to run on any moment now, but the females are still there. I'm here and I'm cool.
It's a very persistent jizzle as well. It's coming up pretty heavy. I don't know why. Apparently, they seem to know this environment more than because we coach from down here. And I guess they think it's a passing cloud, as they were told to look up in where we play at the northern side. We say look up in Penny Hole. So it's getting clear in the direction in which we ought to look for rain, and apparently their judgment is correct. So the rain is subsiding now. It continues. As you rightly alluded to, Keswick, playing in Barbados is a complete different thing because the people are so knowledgeable of the game and there are so many great past greats there. One time I passed through, I think it's the Hall, Sherlock Hall. There are a lot of West Indian greats being put up there. The history of the test matches. You know of the very familiar test matches.
Three W's, that is?
3 W's. Yes, correct. And all that history is there. You know, that is something you must have in your archives. So yeah, playing in Barbados is a special event.
Yeah, it's a completely different place in the Caribbean when you go to play cricket. The level is just different. Dot to finish things off. The score is 51 for 1.
51 for 1. Trinidad replying to Barbados 152.
Yeah, definitely need that confidence from the supporters. So sort of drive you as well as a player when you have that support behind you. Pretty sure that the females that I was here playing in this tournament really enjoy themselves being in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Such a nice place to be, especially around this time. Tourist season. A lot of foreigners in St. Vincent enjoying the country. Just remember places like America, Canada, and England, the cooler countries. A lot of people leave to come down to enjoy a little bit of sun. So it's always one of the better place to visit. This one just going through the legs of Cumberbatch. Giving away another single. So it's always good to come down to the Caribbean, especially to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I mean, one of the prettiest islands in the Caribbean, and there's no doubt about that. I'm not sure if anybody in the comments would want to say anything, but do you know better?
It's definitely St. Vincent land so beautiful. Said, yeah. But we are but something you mentioned, you would have studied at and Barbados. I work with the global campus here, which is not a full university, but it's an online. That's where you can do your online university. I want to just big up and shout out to my head of site. We have a new head of site in Dr. Risa Noel McBarnett at the UWI Global Campus site, and that has seen the change of heads from time to time. And you could go back as far back as Governor General Jack was one time resident tutor, Cami King, Kenneth John, Dr. Fraser, Mrs. Deborah Dalrymple, and now you have a very young person taking over, Dr. Risa Noel McBarnett. And the online campus is where we do a lot of the business studies, actually. We don't go into the sciences per se. So shout out to the university. And I also want to add, Keswick, that there are three things that really glue us here in the Caribbean. University of the West Indies, politics, and cricket, which we love so much. But unfortunately, the West Indies team is not doing well. So that is an institution that we're seeing slowly dying, unfortunately. But we have to call a spade a spade. And the politics, as you know, we recently had a new election there and we have a new government now. And throughout the Caribbean, it's been like that. And the politics has not been holding us together. It's been more dividing us. So all we are left with now is the University of the West Indies. I mean, something to be proud of.
Yeah, definitely something to be proud of, the University of the West Indies. Just remember that's a wide bowled by Cumberbatch. Just remember the University of the West Indies also had a program for the young men of the Caribbean who attend the university and study as well. So a few players started their career through the university, played for combined campus and colleges. Also, they facilitate in terms of growing men to be captains. Just remember the combined campus and colleges have players or had players who captained the West Indies team. Rovman Powell, Jason Holder. Also Carlos Brathwaite. All started their career really at CCC. A few players that played there as well and moved on and played for West Indies is Kyle Mears. One of those players. Phillips, who's now resided in Australia. So just to name a few, Kevin Macklin, Ryan Austin, Chadwick Walton, just to name a few players who started their career because of the University of the West Indies, because they had a program for young men to attend school while playing cricket. So I'm happy that you did shout out the university, because they did a lot. Not really a heavy appeal from Cumberbatch. Just taking the inside edge, running down to short, fine leg for a single to finish that over. So 21 overs gone now. The score is 62 for 1.
And yes, Keswick, as we continue the discussion with the university and particularly with education, it goes to show, and I hope our listeners would hear this, because parents tend to put a lot of emphasis on their children getting an education, but at the same time they don't want them to play sports. But we are here to endorse that is, you could study your books and still play sports and become something, make something of yourself, because you have to know how to strike that balance. You have to know how to be able to want to represent your country in a sporting discipline and still be able to afford that opportunity to study and to attain a certificate at whatever discipline you want to. So it is true that sports and academics can go together.
Yeah, a lot of chirping down there in the Trinidad dugout. The reason for that is because both batters doing pretty well. This one is struck out to mid-off, just a single. Just ticking things nicely. Both batters somewhat settled now. You could see the intention of rotating the strike. Remember earlier I said that Trinidad is not a team that have the big bashers of the ball until you meet someone like a Brittany Cooper, a Anisa Mohammed, and a Leon Kirby. All three batters batting in the middle. And if you need somebody to smash it, you can go to all three of those batters that I just mentioned. But at the top of the Trinidad batting lineup, there's not a lot of power per se to really hit the ball and maximize power plays and stuff like that. Going down the line of the legs, I'm trying to sweep, didn't really connect. But it did pass the keeper, went through the keeper, which gives them another single.
Well, definitely, Keswick, you can see that there is a strategy here in the way Trinidad is going about their game and trying to overhaul this 152. Joseph is still there at the crease, and so is Sir after the fall of one wicket. And their really partnership is very important, and they have been at the crease for quite some time now. And as we say, more than likely seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit, really frustrating the Barbadian, and they're taking runs as they come. As you alluded to earlier, they are not big hitters of the ball per se, but they are finding the gaps. They are taking the chances in making sure that they take every opportunity at a single when it comes, and that is very important. So the scoreboard is keep ticking over, and that is a very good sign indeed. So that with batters in the hutch, they could at the bottom end explode when it comes to the final
looking more
overs.
confident now is Trinidad, and remember that little bit of drizzle on the surface, on the pitch. The ball will come on to the batter a little better. You would not get a lot of turn because that little bit of moisture and then the grassing on the surface, it will only get the ball to slide on to the batter a little better. And when you're a set batter, it tends to be a little easier because you can play through the line. The only thing that you may have to worry about at times is it keeping a little low because of the soil density here.
Kudos to both umpires. Jizzle that we saw, they didn't opt it to come off. I guess they recognized that they would have lost some time earlier, that they had to reduce the overs. And they stayed on, and rain has subsided now where play continuously is going on. And we are having some lovely cricket. A lot of chatter out there from the Bajans as well, supporting their teammates. are really, really looking to get a breakthrough for a second wicket. And we have seen something similar with Trinidad when they had an early breakthrough. When Barbados were batting, they took 3 off their scalp pretty early. And then, when you thought that the Bajans would have been easily run over, there came the captain and holder and really put their head down and stayed, just come back and frustrated Trinidad for quite a while until in the latter part of the overs Trinidad was able to get on top again. So the game did swung like a pendulum in the fourth inning, so to speak, when Barbados take their turn at the crease. We remind viewers and listeners that it's Barbados who won this toss in this contest and elected to bat. I sure they feel quite comfortable after that struggle to amass a total of 152. They really were staring down the barrel of a gun. Looked like they would have been out for under 100. But they have a fighting total now and they're really fighting.
Yeah, they need to find some confidence somewhere or the other to present that opportunity of getting a wicket. At this point now, it looks like they're going through the motion. Looks a bit lethargic in terms of how they go about things. As I mentioned, both batters look set. They're not rushing in any way. You mentioned earlier that the overs, they are not the issue. And as long as they keep wicket in hand, they should sail nicely home. Well, you have been here for the entire 50-over tournament. Just wondering, in your estimation, Sylvanus, who do you think play the better cricket and why?
Well, in my first game, I saw the match between Jamaica and Guyana, and I was pretty impressed with Guyana bowling. I think Jamaica really missed the mark somewhat, although they would have won the toss and elected to bat first. They didn't post a challenging total to expose the batters. I sure they have in their repertoire good batters, but not many of the teams Keswick has been able to bat all 50 overs, and that is a very distressing feature in this tournament. A lot of teams have been bowled out before we really have seen much of their players, and all teams, I think, have very good players. And for different surfaces, some players perform better than others. But to answer your question, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing here from Trinidad. Even though they would have lost badly against the Windwards, they seems to know what they're about. So too is Barbados, and you have mentioned Barbados being the cream of the crop. You know, they always look the part as the leading nation in terms of cricket. So Barbados, and then I have seen some glimpses of brilliance in the Guyana team as well. But from what I've also picked up here in this match, there are depth in both Trinidad and Barbados batting, but I give Barbados the edge still. So the battle continues. It's never over until it's over. No sign of the fat lady singing yet, Keswick. Still far away from that. Long, long away. Way away. But it's really good to see a few of the villagers around here, and I'm sure if it is a Sunday, you would have seen more people as well.
Will you mention it's not over as yet? And as long as the captain is bowling, there's always a bit of excitement about her bowling because she always turned up with some magic. I'm pretty sure Barbados will love to see some magic from her today. Yeah, getting a little bit easier for the Trinidad team now. Being able to rotate the strike. Getting there at boundaries. So they're putting themselves in a better position to win this game.
Well, in every team there is a star, and I was impressed having seen the captain batted, and I was telling my colleague Rajiv that she seems to have a very good head on her shoulder. Hence the reason she's the captain. She came into the wicket and she definitely was leading from the front, and that's what leaders do.
Yeah, the thing about Aline as well, Sylvanos, that I like is that she's always in your face, and when I say that, I mean it positively. She's always in your face. Whenever she's bowling, she's attacking the stumps, she's doing something different. She always works that bit of magic with ball in hand. Yeah, reminds me of a Riyad Emirates when he played CPL for Guyana, for Barbados, and for St. Kitts. Always that time you need him to turn up, he always turns up. So that part of Riyad Emirates, when I think of Alia Alin, it makes me remember him with ball in hand. And whenever she's at the crease with bat in hand, she rotates the strike. Reminds me of a Ravman Powell when he captained West Indies. Whenever he's with batting hand at the crease, no matter if it's 26 balls and they have to make 75 or so, with Ravman at the crease, you still think, listen, we can do this, we may do this, and because you know what he's capable of doing with the bat. And that is what you get from Alia Aline. Whenever she's at the crease with bat in hand, she looks to rotate the strike and she get runs. And whenever she's in the field, oh my God, it's just electrifying to see her running around on the square leg boundaries. She usually puts herself at cover, stopping some gunshots there. Whenever the ball is being hit through the cover region with some power, diving. So such a good captain she is. And that ends the over for her. So a single to finish. The score now is 71 for 1.
Aline bowling 5 overs, 14 runs, no wicket to date. But yeah, and this is what cricket is all about. There is no friends out there when you're in the middle. When we come off, then we can have our little chit-chat and our little laugh. But when you're out in the middle, it's serious business. It's a war, Kesrick. You and I could be friends off the field, but when we get out there, bat and ball contest, serious business. And it's, as you mentioned too, and she has a great coach in the former West Indies fast bowler, the big fella downstairs there, Eswick, Roddy Eswick, yes. And sure, he might have passed on a few tips to her. And as a pace bowler, you have to show that aggression as well. So it's like the Ambrose and the Malcolm Marshall and the Winston Davis, yeah, Andy Roberts and Michael Holding, they will run down the wicket. And yourself, Keswick, you would have do a little jig way down in and give them the stare.
At those times, that's what made me fall in love with fast bowling when I was young. Being able to bowl a sharp bumper and just walking down and give you that stare, dreaded stare. Back-to-back Yorkers from Connell. And this is something, and I asked you a question earlier about Barbados playing in Trinidad and Trinidad playing in Barbados back in the day with first-class cricket. And I could only imagine when Barbados left to go to Trinidad, they were faced with a diet upspin on dry surface. And I'm guessing that Trinidad probably would be asking, I hope you walk with your dancing shoe. Because they would be dancing because the amount of spin that Trinidad has to offer. And then when they come to Barbados, I'm pretty sure that the Bayesian are asking them, I hope you walk with extra knees because you would be getting low very often.
Very much so, very much so. So it's always reciprocal to the different islands you go. I give you what I get and you receive what I have.
I could remember a short story. I'll give it to you and the listeners. I could remember Back in the days, Sachin was playing in Australia. And Brett Lee and those guys, fast bowlers, was bowling to him. Hit back at Connell, trying to get a catch, but fell out hands. A good effort from her. She's a big unit, so even getting down there to get a hand to it is really good from her.
Yes, very athletic indeed. She's a stallion. She's very chubby, very hefty lady. Getting down from somewhat 5 feet 9 thereabout, or a little bit more. Really, really great effort. But just get a hand to it and could not hold on.
Strain a little bit on the leg side. Just tickling it down to square leg for one. But I was giving you that story. I think it was Margaret, Gillespie and Brett Lee bowling against Sachin in Perth. And the amount of bumpers and short pitch bowling that Tendulkar got from those fast bowlers in Australia. They walk up to him and told him, welcome to Perth. And a couple of months after that, there was a series in India. And when those same guys bowl bumpers at Sachin and he back punch and pull those for 6, he told them, welcome to Bombay. So it's a difference in surface.
Friendly
and
fire,
people,
friendly fire.
People understanding, you know what, this is my turf.
Yes.
And I'm going to fix the pitch to my conditions and my liking. Umpires doing a check on the balls. Just pretty sure that they may have a change of ball. Just remember there was a bit of rain yesterday and today. So the little bit of drizzle, the ball probably got a little bit damp and the seam will kind of swell. And it would get a little bit heavier.
But going back to the stories, Keswick, in Australia, and I've heard stories, I've never been fortunate to play any level of cricket in Australia, but I know I was an ardent listener of cricket growing up. That's how I started. My father would have these, in those days they have these transistor radio. I remember he had a red transistor radio, and he was the one who I would follow to be up at nights listening cricket from Australia. The stories I've heard from West Indian players, when you're playing in Australia, as you still see now when you check the stands, it's the colours of the Australians, and there's a lot of sledging that goes on in Australia. That has become a very integral part of the game. I don't know, with all these different laws now and changes, I think you have to be very careful in what you say to players now.
Sledging is a big part of Australia cricket. You get it a lot from the Australians and the English players. Caribbean guys do sledge a bit, but not as much as the Australians and the Englishmen. I think most of their cricket is being won with a lot of sledging. They sort of get to you. I could remember when Flintoff told Tino to mind the windows. And Tino tried to hit a 6.
But I think that some players pick who they want to sledge, because you would know the great Viv, they dare not say what is happening or say anything bad to Viv, because that will get him real mad. And they know what he is capable of. 152, you're not missing any cricket. Barbados, and in reply, Trinidad, 73 for 1. Yeah, so you don't say things to people like the great Vivian Alexander Richards or the Richardsons or even the Brian Lara, because they know what they're capable of, single-handedly winning a match.
And I think those things make players. Someone like a Virat Kohli. These guys get better when you talk to them at the crease. So it's better if you just stay quiet when they're at the crease. Someone like a Sunil Ambrose, who's from St. Vincent. Sledging him can only do worse for you, especially at the first class level. Because whenever he starts to have conversation with you, he then gets very dangerous. Whenever he gets to the crease, he stays quiet. He don't say much until he gets comfortable. And when he starts to answer you and talk back to you, you know what that means. He's in. And he wants to stay in. So to make him comfortable, he will have conversations. Just brushing the pad.
He's a talented player. Pity he didn't go on and still longer at the top level. I remember him while playing for Saints, Keswick. He was a little boy then. Couldn't hardly lift a bat, and his dad used to bring him to the grounds. And to see him blossom into the type of player he is today, it's really amazing. His brothers, Romel, also played with him in Saints. And he and you both would have played with the combined colleges in Barbados. So you all would have made your mark at that level, both regional and international. And and vice versa with the sledging, where batters can be dangerous if you say much to them, the most dangerous batters, and vice versa the bowlers, because I think you could even look at it on YouTube now, where there was a tussle between one of the War brothers and the great It's Malcolm Marshall, or no? I think it's but it's on YouTube. I think it's Ambrose. Ambrose. Something was said to Ambrose in a match against Australia, and he gets real mad that the next delivery he has to smell the leather.
And
those are really
really
good contests.
Made the West Indies cricket back then.
But it's really sad, Keswick, to see where we were then to where we have generated to with our cricket. It's a long process back to the top. We have very talented players, but we are sometimes they perform in isolation. You know, they're not being consistent.
Slower delivery into the pitch from Alain. Almost get back to her. Just a little bit too far away from her. Could have been a catch. Really trying, and that's what I mentioned about her. With her on the ball, she always creates some magic. Surely would want some magic now from her.
And this is a beautiful shot here. Beautiful shot by Saw. Driven out to wide mid-off. The batsman come to for two. It's kind of a bit heavy out there. And with a little drizzle now, the ball is getting a little wet as well. It's making it more difficult for the seamer to hold. See them drying the ball after nearly almost every delivery, because the grass is a little wet after a little drizzle. So that too will play a critical part in this game. How well they are able to hold the seam of that ball in their hands to preventing it from slipping out. But Trinidad is going along nicely. 77 for 1. 77 for 1. Cornell ball 15 overs, 7 overs, 15 runs. No wicket. Joseph on 35. And
trying
and
a
she's
slow
well.
delivery and did very well. Trying to sweep is Joseph. You could have seen the slower delivery from the back of the hand. With all the experience, Connell getting the breakthrough, Sylvanus.
Very, very good delivery. Very deceptive. Very well disguised slow delivery there. We have not seen it from her throughout the innings, but this time she decided, listen, we need a breakthrough, and the breakthrough has to come now, and she came up with this slow delivery that has Joseph playing the shot a bit too early and lose her leg stump. So Trinidad now have lost their second wicket. 77 for 2. 77 for 2. Current run rate 2.94. They need 75 runs in 131 balls. Still match on. And that's a very, very good knock there by Joseph, the diminutive Joseph, very short in stature. As we see Cooper now coming to the crease to join her partner, Saw and Joseph put on a very, very good partnership indeed. And we're now joined in the commentary booth, rejoined by fellow commentator Rajiv. Welcome back, Rajiv. You're coming in and seems like you're bringing some success.
Well, success, and I think you more want to say like rain, because as we hear, we're going to have a break for some passing showers here at Cumberland. With this game even poised at the moment, Barbados have just picked up their second wicket. Very, very good partnership there between the batters for Trinidad and Tobago of the likes of Sir
Joseph.
and Joseph. A very, very good partnership as well. As we saw the covers coming on the pitch, we're going to break for a few minutes and they'll be back with some commentary as this shower pass. Welcome back to Cumberland Playing Field as witnessing this matchup between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados just have a new revised target here, 132. The Trinidad and Tobago team need 133 for victory of 41 overs, as we just see lighter showers passing across the ground. Continuing from the pavilion end is Connell. The new batter to the crease is Brittany Cooper. So Trinidad and Tobago is searching for a victory here against Barbados. As just a reminder, the revised target here at Cumberland is 133 from 41 overs. Trinidad and Tobago need for victory.
The Quart Lewis system in place. 133. And to be able to win this game at 78 for 2. Unfortunately, Barbados have their work cut out for them. Trinidad looking very solid indeed and definitely want to win this game. Barbados no doubt have other ideas. Come out fighting again. Connell operating from this side. Burly lady, strong. Oh, and there's a slow delivery which she had used and successfully got the wicket of Joseph. So at the end of 27 overs, total is 78 for 2. Trying to get an overall total of 133. All because of the
So I think just about 14 overs remaining for the Trinidad and Tobago batters, and they still need another 55 runs for victory here at Cumberland if they are to pull off this. While contrast to the Bajans, they will need another 8 wickets if they are to be victorious in this encounter against Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, definitely, and the fact that the Trinidad quite a lot of wickets to come. They could definitely seize the opportunity to really, open up their arms and try to get these runs as quickly as possible before it's dark, because it will get dark quite quickly around here, and the session lasts up until the end of play, and that's one of the teams, either or, will ramp home to victory.
Well, it takes me back to asking the question this morning. I would have asked you this question. You had such a late start, a 10:15 start this morning. It means that you lost 45 minutes of play this morning. You should have started at 9:30. You lost 45 minutes of play, and there was no reduction in overs. We didn't lose any overs for the start of play.
That is so true. But at the time that it started, I think in the umpire's mind too, that without the possibility of any more rain, that they would have been able to bowl out the 50 overs per se. As a matter of fact, 100 overs in the game. And not until the second shower that we had, we would have seen 2 overs being taken off.
What Trinidad and Tobago won't want to do here now is lose any wickets so far. They are in the driver's seat, they're batting well. 78 for 2 in the 28th over. Still needing another 55 for victory if they have to overhaul that revised target of 133 for victory. Batting is Brittany Cooper, who just campered for a quick single there. takes the score up from 78 to 79 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, wicket in hand is very important at this stage. And Rajiv, a break in play could cause a lapse in concentration, but hence, when you're off the field, you still have to be discussing strategies and how you need to go about the game in order to win the game. So both teams would have had that opportunity to do just that. So we are watching here and see what really is the ploy of both teams. Definitely the pride of Barbados, the Barbados pride. They are playing with all their pride here to get that victory. Areas and force the Trinidadians to play. The Trinidadians, on the other hand, surely would have their strategy is to push the ball around like they've been doing in the gaps because they are not power hitters and just build on that score that they went off the break with. They are now 79 for 2 and they continue to do that. It could pose some problem.
Well, while he's speaking about power hitters, we have the lights of Brittany Cooper there. But when we look into our far left up in the mountain, there are some power hitters. We just don't want that to come at this moment.
Definitely. And the weather will always be with us. We are glad for the weather, but for the sake of cricket, yeah, we wish that that power visitor will just stay in the mountains for a while until this game is over.
Really good going here by the Bajans as we just saw the completion of another over from the skipper Alia Aline, and rightly so, Connell will take up the attack again from the pavilion, and 2 of their main bowlers trying to pick up a wicket here for Barbados.
Yeah, Rajiv, and I think that the ploy or strategy here by the Barbadians is to bowl that nagging line and length and let the Trinidad forced to play. If they want you, come after you. Oh, what a miss.
Well, one thing I could say for sure, what I noticed of Brittany Cooper, they was just teasing the bowler, the fielder, to throw that ball very hard, because with those long legs that she have, there's no chance of running out Brittany Cooper at the wicketkeeper end.
Well, that's so true, because there's a lot of psychology in the game. You have to know the psychology of the cricket as well, and also know
two players going at each other. They will definitely need each other game as well. Brittany Cooper and Connell there. They played against each other for a long time, so they will definitely know each other again inside out.
As I was mentioning earlier to Keswick when he was on, that we are friends when we are off the field, but when we are in the middle, it's a war out there. So yes, they both know each other, Connell and Hooper, but here in the middle, they are enemies. She's guiding this one down to the third man, who runs to the right and picks up another single to the total. 82. 82 for 2 Trinidad. Coursing to victory. I think that the loss of any wicket now could cause chaos to the Trinidad team, and that will be a really heavy setback. They need to bat and bat well, and here is this one is turning off her legs down to backward square, not a single resulting. So yes, the singles have been coming fast and furious nearly every over, Rajiv, and not a bad sign, even though they're not picking up the boundaries.
Collecting your singles, your twos of every delivery is very important. The boundaries will come. So it's important that you continue to score off every delivery here, and that is what the Trinidad and Tobago ladies have been doing so far. The likes of Brittany Cooper will always push for that single with her long legs, just hoping the likes of Sa backs her up as she have been doing for the past few deliveries. Open the face on that occasion again. Another quick single taken. Trinidad and Tobago is getting a move on here with the score now at 84 for the loss of 2 wickets. Going good here is Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, the new revised target is 133 in 41 overs.
And the externalities that the Bajans have working against them is that of the jizzle on the ground, on the grass. The ball is getting wet and it makes it difficult for them to hold. It comes off the bat pretty quickly, so they have to be really feeling very well to stop those balls that are really sliding off or rushing off the bat very quickly. And again, we see the towel being out to dry that ball. Make sure that they can grip that ball. The grip of the ball is very important. But this is really, really, really good. I say this back. It's a very, very, very good game indeed. Barbados hardly giving anything away, but at the same time, Trinidad, in reply, their batters are really just more or less like tip on one, run and go.
Well, it's important for Trinidad and Tobago to dig deep and dig deep as possible. They would have known about the revised target before they started play here. The little short break in play. Ball down the leg side, not signaled by the umpire. And I think what is happening there, the players need to know about that little red guideline just outside the leg stump as well. So I think the coaches have some work cut out for them to do. The captain, the coach, the manager need to explain to them what that red guideline just on the leg stump is for. Swing and miss there by Saw. Another dot ball to Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago 85-4-2. And we are in over number 30. Bowling well here for Barbados is the skipper, Alia Aline. Well, good there from us. Tucked around the corner for just a single. So it's really, really good going here by Trinidad and Tobago. They're not getting the boundaries, but rotating the strike is very, very important here at Cumberland.
Yes, and the umpires, they're working, but their hands have been mostly by their side, apart from a few wides. Not many boundaries. They would have been able to call upon to signal. Umpire Javid out of Guyana and Crawford out of Jamaica. And that's what I'm talking about, Javid. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, that's a run out, so that's a very, very good feeling there. She fumbled with the ball in hand. And another wicket down for Trinidad and Tobago. The feeler in that is Brathwaite. Not a big wicket down there for Trinidad and Tobago. Just what a Trinidad and Tobago will not need. As we look at the replay, we definitely love to see that replay once again. I love to see that replay once again. Really good work there. Bat up in the air. Umpire said out, and once the umpire gave it that dreaded finger, you have to walk that long walk back to the dugout. Well, as we see the batter there, new batter is Anisia Mohammed, along with two veterans here for Trinidad and Tobago of Brittany Cooper and Anisia Mohammed. Well played by Saw for 30 ad. Really, really good innings of her to get Trinidad and Tobago in the position that they are 86-3.
Yeah, well, that's the only way it seems like Saw would have been getting out, actually. Unfortunate. It's a very unfortunate way to go to get out in cricket, run out after being at the crease for so long and batting so well. She seems like the one who's set to bring this match home for TNT, but on a mix-up, and now she has to go. And this has brought the experienced Mohammed, who is really taking this one and showing the broad face of the bat, driving up to mid-off. Can she do it for Trinidad?
Well, what I could say to you here, Sylvanus, you got to expect Some shots here from Anissa Mohammed because she knows she won this one for Trinidad and Tobago. She knew what's at stake here for them. So getting a victory over Barbados will definitely do good for them when they're heading back to Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, Aline will have different eyes there as she comes up, and Mohammed is confidently forward, showing her the face of the bat that brings over number 30 to an end. So it's now 86, 86 for 3. We are in the 30th over and extras amounting to 10 thus far. So we still have a match here on our hands because as long as Trinidad began to lose wicket, it could really set them back and panic could set in the camp, and something that they really, really don't want to have happen. They can't afford to lose another wicket at this time. It is important that Cooper and Mohammed, two experienced campaigners for Trinidad and Tobago Divas, are at the crease, and it is hope that she will be able to stay there with Cooper and bring the match home for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, well said there. Trinidad and Tobago still in need of a 47 for victory from 10.5 overs. Remember, we have a new revised target, 133 from 41 overs, as we see Kamabach back in the attack with ball in hand. Another single taken there by Brittany Cooper. Brings Anissa Mohammed to the strike, facing half force delivery from Kamabach.
Everyone done already?
Really good going here by the Bajans. The likes of Kamabach, Connell, Alia Aline, the think tank of this Barbados female team. Really and truly want to be victorious here at Cumberland.
Things nice.
Quick single as that's running close to the fence. Pull back in just about now. 2.5. Easy 2 runs there by the Trinidad and Tobago. Anissa Mohammed just took that one round the corner. Pick up 2 important runs for Trinidad and Tobago. Move the score up to 89 for the loss of 3 wickets. Wide signal by the umpire. And just a reminder, and in the other games at Park Hill, Guyana women win their game by 6 wickets. They'll have bowled out the Windward Island for 97 in 35 overs. Guyana women 100 for 4 in 28 overs. Win that game comfortably by 6 wickets. So still even Stevens here at Cumberland playing field. Really good day from Brathwaite as that over comes to an end. At the end of 31 overs, the score is 90 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, nice going here by Trinidad. They're taking the time at it. They're sensing that they could get this victory. All they have to do is avoid losing any further inroads by losing wickets or losing wickets rapidly. So they so far have shown that they're not in a hurry. They have not been looking to go over the top or anything, just pushing the ball in the gaps, and with a little wet outfield, the ball being a little wet, it's making it difficult for the Barbadian pride or the pride of Barbados, the girls, to hold that wet ball. But again, anything can happen in this match, but so far so good. Trinidad has been showing strong resistance to the Barbadian attack.
43 needed from the final 60 deliveries here at Cumberland. This is Even Stevens right here. Barbados still searching for 7 more wickets, while Trinidad and Tobago is searching for 43 more runs off 60 legal deliveries here. Which way you see this one going, Sylvanus?
Well, strategy is always very important, Rajiv, and I am saying we would have seen Trinidad from the onset. Whatever they were instructed to do, they are getting the job done with the strategy, not looking to make that lavish hit over the bowler head or anything like that, but they have been rotating the strike and picking up the singles, and that has worked well for them, and they continue to do that. I guess when it's close to the score, even closer, you will see some extravagant hitting. But for now, I think they have the right approach, and right now, the match is a little bit tilted towards Trinidad. A little bit tilted, but a loss of a wicket or two could see the game in a total deadlock.
Point taken there. As from the river end,
the wicket seems to be getting more slower and slower all the time. Barbados definitely would have loved to see a little more livelier wicket. But again, in these one-dayers, the slower the bowler is much better. It creates a problem. And the batter has to be very, very, very skillful to get the ball away. But as we have seen, Trinidad is not the aggressive team here. They're just deciding to push the ball around, shot selection and everything. Barbados, on the other hand, listen, let's get this overs done as much as possible with they scoring less runs. So they're bowling to their field, they're keeping a very tight line. And that's, I think, what the doctor orders.
well, what I know for sure that the Windward Islands just lost their game to Guyana, and they will definitely be looking at this game now and hoping that a Trinidad victory for them, and then wait for the final calculation to know if they are the champions of this Super 50 Cup here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, Rajiv, and that is so unfortunate that Windward's playing at home with the home advantage and has to now wait on a deciding match to decide the fate. But that's the competition of sports for you. Sometimes you win some, you lose some, you play well at some other stage, and another time you not play too well. So I guess the better team would always come out on top. But here is Barbados looking to dislodge the experienced Mohammed for Trinidad, and Nisia Mohammed at the crease, looking to get this remaining runs for Trinidad. And I'm not too sure if the girls are batting in spite, because they themselves have to be careful when they're pushing the ball. And Barbados seems to be very alert and recognize that this is the strategy that the Trinidadians are using. They're going to push the ball and run. So they're backing up and ensure that if they could get a run out or two, anyhow the 2 wickets come, as I said, this could put them back in the driver's seat.
Barbados knows what's at stake here, Sylvanus. So they will give it their all here today. As we see another quick single taken. Very good shot at this stump from Captain Aline. And we see a pull-up there by Anisia Mohammed as take all for the physio of Trinidad and Tobago. Quick single taken there, with the scores now at 92 for the loss of 3 wickets here at Cumberland. So as I mentioned earlier on that, the Windward Islands will be looking and gluing to this game here now to see the outcome of this game. Unlike the T20 tournament that they played, their heads were down to the ground. So they have something to look up to, which is very important for them as a group. As a unit, as we know in cricket, you gel together, you win together. And that's what they have been doing in the Super 50 Cup.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Trinidad on course, really, as I said. The only thing will really stop them now is if they were to lose 2 quick wickets or anything like that. Barbados is very aware of that and have all their players, well, most of their players in to avoid the singles. Trinidad is really just trying to push the ball through the gaps and take off for the singles as well. But with 92 for 3, and they are coasting along very, very nicely. They have to try and avoid panic to set in. And there is no need to panic right now because they have wickets in hand.
What is interesting here, Sylvanus, they still have the likes of Kirby to come, who can definitely crack a punch, as that one is running close to the boundary. Pick up one is Anisia Mohammed, and that's all it will be. They still have the likes of Kirby. They still have the likes of the captain as well of Ramharak. Also, they have batting of Harry Charan. So Trinidad and Tobago still have some batting to come.
And that is very good indeed. I mean, they could feel comfortable enough that they have batters in hand who should be able to take them over the line. But is this the case as this delivery is played, forced to play out on the onside is Cooper? A very good delivery indeed, coming from Bruce. Yeah, Bruce wearing the 52 jersey, that is. Trying to keep things real tight for Barbados. And here's a shot. She's flicking it, but there's a feeler on the deep backward square boundary who just runs around to her right and aborted a second run. So another single. And Trinidad won't mind really, but they keep taking over the score. So they're not being bogged down by any means. Barbados will have to try and stop the flow of runs that is coming, whether it be in singles. They have not been able to get the boundaries per se, but they are going along merrily. And here's a full ball that is spanked over mid-wicket, but it will fall just for 2 runs. Yes, fall in no man's land, and a pull shot there, a full toss, and the experienced Mohammed looking for that boundary. Went across a stump and really pulled it. She has a pack offside field, but she was able to get it over the head of the short mid-wicket. It goes out to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they are able to collect 2. It's 96. 96 Trinidad etching towards that 100 magical figure. And here's a delivery. There's a loud appeal. What is it? The umpire says it's going down. And I don't think, Rajiv, that would have been a good shot in the circumstances at this time.
Well, at the moment I just turned my face away, I think Mohammed definitely wants to get a move on here, because you know in the dugout they still have the likes of the skipper, as I mentioned earlier, of Ramharak. They have the likes of Harry Charan. They still have Kirby, who they depend on heavily throughout this entire tournament. Not a good shot there by Anisia Mohammed, coming back for the single. Very, very good running by both batters there, as they're itching closer and closer to that target. They are now on 98 for the loss of 3 wickets, and the first milestone here, Sylvanus, is to reach that 100 mark. And that will be important for Trinidad and Tobago.
And definitely. And now we see Mohammed calling for the physio, as she did pull up a couple balls before, trying to run a tricky single, and that hamstring of hers, which is something that's very painful, Rajiv, when you get these things, whether she would be able to carry on for any period. For the sake of Trinidad, yes, her colleagues would like her to be out there rather than to have to come off, but she's getting some attention, and let's hope that for the sake of Trinidad and this partnership, that she stays out there and should be able to bring home the victory for Trinidad and Tobago. But having said that, Barbados surely have different ideas. They're trying to pull all the tricks out in the book. They have been really changing up the bowlers, mixing them up so that the batters do not get too accustomed, and they have been still plugging away and bowling a relatively tight line.
Well said there, Sylvanus. Just an update, and the other game that is playing at the moment at Sion Hill in the CG United CWI Women's Super 50 Cup here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines between Leeward Islands and Jamaica. Leeward Islands were bowled out for 146 in 37.4 overs. Jamaica woman currently at 104 for 2 in 28.4 overs, and that game also reduced to 40 overs.
Yeah, so Jamaica on course to win that game as well. It's just a matter of this keeping their wickets intact again. So it's interesting battle going on both at Sion Hill and here at Cumberland. Already we have heard that the Windwards went under to Guyana at Park Hill in the northeastern side of the island. And the battle continues here in the western side of the island here at Cumberland Playing Field in the CJ Super 50 Women's Cricket Tournament being played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We remind our viewers and listeners that Barbados won the toss this morning and elected to bat and was able to accumulate 152 for 9 in their allotted 48 overs, reduced after a short shower of rain that held up play for a while. So it's a 48 overs match being played here, and you will think that 152 is sufficient. But Trinidad has other answers and are trying desperately, going about it with some very strategic stroke play and running between the wickets.
Trinidad and Tobago still in need of 35 from 46 deliveries. It's getting closer and closer as we speak here, as we see a ball struck. Brittany Cooper going down leg. Appeal there, stifled appeal there by Selman. Not out says by the umpire. 35 needed from 46 deliveries. It's still even Steven here at Cumberland.
Yeah, it's getting tighter and tighter. For sure, Rajiv, Barbados have to try and bowl out Trinidad. The onus is on them to bowl out Trinidad. I hope that for the sake of cricket, Trinidad will come through. But I'm being a little bit biased there. But we are seeing a very good contest here, and as you rightly alluded to, it's even Stevens. Let's hope that the better team comes out on top.
Well, we are looking at the finals away from a finals, and this game decide.
Oh, driven straight back by Cooper. They could pick up a boundary, they could pick up two. As she picked it up, very well fielded. The umpire will decide if that ball had touched the rope, but that was a magnificent piece of fielding. And there's a no ball, so there will be a free hit. So that 3 runs to the total, Rajiv.
So as I was saying, that this game is not the finals, but it has been played as a final here at Cumberland, because the winner of this game have an impact on the finalists and the championship of the tournament.
Very interesting indeed. Very interesting indeed. And we are seeing definitely what a final should look like in this game, definitely. So the Divas versus the pride of Barbados. Bat and ball contest here at Cumberland Playing Field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There is no breeze blowing at this time. The trees are still. Coconut trees having their view. Those are the company that we have around us, with a few villagers, a few vocal spectators on the ground as well who know their cricket and like the cricket. And here is Hooper looking for that big drive, something we have not seen in a long time, but she could only get a single from that shot. But nevertheless, the scoreboard keeps ticking over, and they're inching closer and closer. They are now 102. Yes, they have gotten over to that 100 mark, and that is a very important milestone that they have reached now. So at some point in time, you're going to get some signal. At some point in time, you're going to get some advice probably going out to one of the players. Maybe somebody going to take their gloves, their mittens to one of the players to say something. Mohammed, having just gone to the wicket, would have a good idea as to what she needs to do, and you could see she has been in a sort of attacking mood and attacking the bowlers. Anything that is being straight outside the line of the off stump or leg stump, she's ready to put away.
Really, really good cricket here being played at Cumberland. I'm happy to actually be being here as well doing commentary to a game which is not the finals but is playing as the finals.
Yes, I am happy to be here as well, because first I thought I would have to be going to sign here, and then when I double check my schedule again, I realized that I have to be at Cumberland. I'm happy to be here on this Saturday evening watching this contest between Barbados Pride and the Trinidad Divas, fighting for battle here. Bat and ball contest.
So at the end of 34 overs, the score is 102 for the loss of 3 wickets. 7 more overs remaining here for this contest to decide who are the champions of the Women's Super 50 Cup here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As we see Bruce back with ball in hand for Barbados, that's Shanika Bruce back with ball, sporting the number 52 of Ravman Powell on her back.
She has the magic hand to bring the wicket for Barbados. She has the ball in hand now, and she'll be ready to bowl, and Hooper is on strike. It's driven straight back to mid-off. Connell fields cleanly, no run resulting. We're looking at a short backward point, a cover point, 3/4 way to the boundary, extra cover mid-off. A deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket and a deep long on. As this delivery is down the leg side, she white signal by the umpire, and rightly so. Another one added to the total. It's 103. And definitely, Rajiv, some panic is creeping in the camp, both in the batting camp as well as in the fielding camp.
Well, when you are in these situations, you want to do well. And you want to win this game for your team. As we see a shot driven straight down the ground, but Kamabash intercepted there, only 1 run to Brittany Cooper. As I was saying, as you want to do well for your team, you want to win this game with ball in hand for your team. You know what's at stake for Barbados, and Barbados, if they win this game, remember this game has been decided, the championship has been decided by points and not a finals. Trinidad and Tobago as well want to do well, going back to Trinidad and to say we beat Barbados, the second place team in the T20 tournament, will definitely do good for their confidence, because they do have a lot of young players in their team. They have Jairan, they have Ramharak, they have a lot to mention in their team. As we see the physio for Barbados running onto the field, some attention is needed there by one of the players, appear to be Selman. So it's even poised right here at Cumberland playing field.
Selman, yes.
With the score now 104 for the loss of 3 wickets. The Trinidad and Tobago women have all 7 wickets remaining in hand, and they still have the likes of Leon Kirby in the dugout. Doing well here for Trinidad and Tobago is Anissa Mohammed and Brittany Cooper, the 2 veterans in this batting lineup for Trinidad and Tobago, as I welcome back Kesrick Williams to the comebacks.
Yeah, good afternoon, Roberts. This one is smacked over mid-on. Did it have enough legs to get to the boundary? Just stop her just in front of the boundary, and that's because of the heavy outfield. That one just plugged into the outfield and just didn't have enough legs. Kamabachu is out there, just pulling it back, just inside it. I mentioned that someone like Anisia Mohammed and Brittany Cooper, they do have the potential to really rock things on. Trying to push that one a little wider. End up being a wide. Just listening to the scores from the other game. Most importantly, the one in Park Hill, Windwards versus Guyana. Guyana winning that game. And the Windward Island team did not get any points out of that game. But looking at this game now, which is the all-important game in terms of who can win the tournament, Barbados, I think they lose out on a chance here. Because they're trying to sweep, just finding the top edge. Brittany Cooper trying to go across the line, just finding the top edge, going over the keeper. But when you look at the stats, mathematically, earlier in the second innings when Barbados started bowling, there was a chance of them possibly winning this tournament. But when you look at things now, certainly the Windward Island team is home scot-free, because even though they did not get any points out of that game against Guyana, the Barbados failed in terms of gathering points here, bowling points, that is. They had to get some points out of this game, whether batting or bowling points. And they do have to win the game. So winning the game is 4 points, Roberts. And then they have to get an additional 4 points to go past that 20 points that Windwards now have. Barbados is on 13 points. And Windward Islands finished the tournament on 20, picking up the most bonus points throughout the 50-over tournament.
A very good stats there, Kesrick. As we see Trinidad and Tobago still. And that's a beautiful shot there by Anisia Mohammed. And that ball will definitely go close to the boundary. We'll pull it up just inside as Mohammed turn and get two more for Trinidad and Tobago as they inch closer and closer to victory. Still searching for 22 more runs for victory as the new revised target 133 off of 41 overs.
Yeah, both batters full of experience. That overcomes to an end. The score is now 111 for 3.
So at the end of 35 overs, the score is 111 for 3. Which means that 6 more overs remaining for Trinidad to get their 22 runs that's needed. Barbados still searching to pick up 7 more wickets. The likes of Brittany Cooper and Anisia Mohammed at the crease, they will definitely try to steer Trinidad and Tobago to victory.
Yeah, this could be out, finding the edge. Finally, Shakira Salman getting that well-needed breakthrough for Barbados. Would this lift the tail for the Barbados team?
I won't say that, and because they still do have the likes of the captain for Trinidad and Tobago of Ramharak. Also, they have Kirby still to come in the dugout for Trinidad and Tobago. As you rightly speak, with sporting the number 13 on her back, walking out, just needed 22 runs for victory for Trinidad and Tobago. This, a little patchy for Kirby, could definitely be tricky for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, I could remember our co-commentator mentioned it's not over until the fat lady sing, and she haven't sung a song as yet. Roberts, Kirby do have the potential The ability to hit it over the boundary, tends to do it more often than not. Packs a lot of power as she walks to the crease. Just 22 runs to go, but watching from the T20, we realize it doesn't matter how much runs is there to get. Doesn't matter how much overs is still left to go. As long as you keep picking up wickets, the dot ball starts to increase, pressure starts to sink in, and it can go anywhere from there. Quick single by Kirby off the strike immediately.
Yeah, because that's not something that Kirby is known for. But another single to Trinidad and Tobago. They are 1 run less of their target. Need 21 now for victory. Batting with Kirby is Anisia Mohammed, who is batting well and batted well with Cooper. Anisia Mohammed is 12 from 17. Leanne Kirby is 1 from 1. Trinidad and Tobago 112 for 4 in 35.2 overs.
Really looking to finish this tournament on a high. So far in the 50 over tournament, you look at the teams that have been performing well, apart from Barbados, who would be second according to how the points are presently. We'll definitely have to get a little bit more information on that Leeward's Jamaica game. Because apart from the Windward Islands, who do have 20 points, if Trinidad wins this game, they would end up second. Trinidad is 12 points. Barbados women 13 points. So Trinidad winning this game, they would end up second. Guyana, on the other hand, they will have to do a lot of work when it comes to bonus points to even pass Trinidad. And with the total, yes, they won the game today. They had 10 points, so that will bring them to 14 points. So as we speak, Guyana is second because they won that game today and 4 points for winning. But if Trinidad so come and win this game, they would go in second place. If Trinidad and Tobago win this game, they will go to 16 points. Jamaica just needing about 20 or so runs to get to win, but they will have to do a lot in the bonus points column to even get a chance to be in the top 3. Yeah, so it would be good if Barbados can win and stay second. But looking at things, Trinidad definitely will have different plans. So a dot to finish things off. The score is now 114 for 4. Yeah, so after the Windward Island team, who have 20 points, everybody else, the next 3 teams are very close in terms of points. Barbados women 13, Trinidad women 12, and Guyana women 10. As we speak, Guyana just won the champions in Park Hill, so they are second as we speak. But at the end of this game, if Trinidad do win, they would go second place. If Barbados win, they would go second place. So this game presently would decide who is going to finish second in the tournament.
As we see the legs of Alison Gordon with ball in hand. Trinidad and Tobago still need 19 runs for victory. Have the legs of Leon Kirby and Anisia Mohammed with bat in hand for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, you need some tight spell of bowling here now. I think what Barbados need to do is pressure that single as well. That point is too deep. She's starting from outside the circle, so she needs to protect that single, smashing something that we become accustomed to, and this will rush into the boundary. Kirby going hard over extra cover.
Hardest Kirby is what we expect from Leon Kirby at this stage of the game. 15 are needed for victory here at Cumberland for Trinidad and Tobago. Still 4-point.
Yeah, you can't give her that sort of room, Roberts. She likes the room. She likes arms. So you can't give her that type of room to work with. Yeah, you need to stay on the line of the middle stump. So she tends to hit straight, but she likes the room as well to go straight down the ground.
Well, bowling with a wet ball here is Alison Gordon. Tucked around the corner. Another quick single taken. This could be two. Really good batting here by Leon Kirby. Good running by both batters of the likes of Anisia Mohammed. Both are two big lads, but getting those single pretty easily.
Yeah, it was a straighter delivery. Yeah, and she just came inside the line and tickled it behind fine leg. Soft hands as well, knowing that the square leg is on the boundary. Yeah, there's no fine leg. Yeah, so that's always going to be two. With soft hands, it's always going to be two, Roberts.
Really, really good batting here by Leon Kirby. Two senior lads of the Trinidad and Tobago setup here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Another one, tucked around the corner. This one will definitely be a single. Real good going here as Trinidad and Tobago still in need of 12 runs for victory.
Really good into proceedings here between both teams. Yeah. Both teams today have really showed that they came out with a plan. Fuller delivery. Missing out is Anisia Mohammed. Who is going to take this game home? Is it going to be the chicken curry or the flying fish? What do you prefer, Roberts? Do you prefer a chicken curry or a flying fish dinner?
I like fish with a little bit of sauce on it, as well as I like my
you
curry
can
chicken.
Say you're back in Barbados, and this one is just finding the edge over cover. Dropping shot. Kirby looking for two. She's trying to finish off things as soon as possible. Yeah, I want to get back to that because I could remember having a conversation with you in the Windward Island tournament, and you were scared to mention that you're back in Grenada because you like the nutmeg. You're even wearing the Grenada flag now. But we're in a different situation now. Barbados versus Trinidad. Yes, for the viewers out there. Barbados in a position that they're trying to win. They're pulling out every trick in the book. Just 11 runs to go, but we want to know from Roberts, who do you favor winning this game? Is it the chicken curry or the flying fish?
Well, chicken curry, I think, is more of curry chicken. I think for chicken curry is Guyana, and curry chicken is Trinidad and Tobago.
I'm happy you know of that menu. I know you know that menu. A man who loves the kitchen, huh?
Trinidad and Tobago still are searching for 11 more runs here for victory, while Barbados is searching for 6 more wickets to be victorious in this encounter. Wide signal by the umpire, so that's bring it down to from 11 to 10 needed for victory for Trinidad and Tobago. As I mentioned, Keswick, earlier to my co-commentator, the Windward Island players will definitely be gluing at this game now to see the outcome of this game.
Surely. Well, to be honest with you, they're in a good position. Don't think that Barbados would get enough points out of this, even though they win the game, to get past the amount of points that Windward have now to win the tournament. For Trinidad, it would be good if they can win so that they can get to the second position. I'm pretty sure that they would surely feel happy about what they have achieved in this Super 50 tournament. Yeah, different team than what we saw last year. The captain for the T20 team, Ramarak, when she came, she sort of bring a different kind of vibes to the team. You could have seen a different Trinidad. Someone like a Saw played last year. But definitely some good improvement from her. From last year to this year. No batting in the top order. So she's also one of those players that have improved a lot. So congrats to her. And the first time I saw her to where she's at now, a tremendous improvement. You know, after that conversation that I just had with Roberts about the curry and the flying shift, he still didn't answer. Not sure which one he's backing. Still waiting for the answer.
As a lover of cricket, a lover of West Indies cricket, I am just hoping that both teams out there give it their best, and that's what I'm here for. And they did just that. Trinidad and Tobago, as just you see this one sky in there, the wicket keeper after it, take an easy catch, and there goes the fifth wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. Anisia Mohammed has gone after scoring 14. Getting her team closer and closer to that victory. Still searching for 10 more runs is Trinidad and Tobago. Really good wicket there for Barbados. But Keswick, is this wicket too late?
Yeah, but not sure if it's too late. There's still 10 runs to go. Ramrak is walking to the crease. But with the amount of runs that is there, I really think Trinidad should walk home with this one. Yeah, trying to go big, Anisia Mohammed. Just got a lot of height, no distance. She has to go. In comes Ramarak. Open the batting in the T20. She's that type of player that we know likes to field ball and bat, and she can go deep and she can go far. So with her walking in with Trinidad in this position, it would more than likely say that they're in a better position than Barbados to win this game.
Well, needed 10 to win, and your captain is in at this position with the likes of Kirby. You really and truly shouldn't have anything to worry about, because at the completion of this over, you still have 3 more overs to go, and you only need 10 runs.
Yeah, just 3 balls to go in this over. What would it look like if Barbados can turn this game around? Probably a back-to-back wicket here, Roberts. This can completely change things.
Well, if Trinidad and Tobago to lose another wicket here now, I am certain if the likes of Kirby there, she will definitely play a different game. And then you might see another wicket fall again for Trinidad and Tobago, still searching for that 10 runs.
Yeah, we saw it a lot in the T20 teams. needing less than 10, losing sometime 2 and 3 wickets to get there because of dot balls and added pressure. Still a lot of deliveries to go. 20 deliveries, 10 runs. Trying to open the face to run it down to third man. And the thing about that shot, Roberts, is that you're playing that shot with a lot of risk of nicking the ball into the keeper's glove for only 1 run.
Spot on there, Kesrick. As we see Shakira Selman, well, final delivery in this over. Another dot ball to end with that over. 3 overs remaining here at Cumberland. 18 deliveries. Trinidad and Tobago still need 10 runs for victory.
I'm guessing that Ramarak is leaving it for Kirby to do, and because she's batting at the right end as well, it's easier to get the ball down at this end. When you're batting at the river end, hitting to the coastal end, it's easier to hit the ball this side. Just remember the wind comes from left of the screen going to right. So therefore, it's easier to hit at this end. And with Kirby batting, we know what she can do. The field is actually spread now. Just that one fielder at short mid-wicket to save that single. She have been getting some easy singles there in the last over. The keeper making sure that she's in the right position. Just wondering if they could have brought up that deep square leg. She's not looking to go there. She's not looking to go there. She's going down the ground. Didn't get a lot of bat onto it, but a single on offer brings Ramarak on strike.
And brings the Trinidad and Tobago down to single digits and it's needing 9 runs to win. Importantly, therefore, Trinidad and Tobago, Kirby get that early single, get off strike. Give Ramamak, they still do have time. They still have 2 overs remaining after the completion of this over. So it's real good here from Trinidad and Tobago, who's still searching to get 9 runs for victory.
Making sure that they have the right field set. Barbados with a packed offside field. Just 2 fielders on the boundary. Just deep square leg and deep mid-wicket. And you don't want to be bowling there. You cannot go straight. Looking for 2 is Ramarak. Turned back by Kirby. She's asking Ramarak to wait. I can finish this myself.
Really good going here by Trinidad and Tobago as we see the final power play being signaled by the umpire. Kirby on strike. Another single taken there by Kirby. Looking for 2 is the captain of Trinidad and Tobago, but again torn down by Kirby, who decides to probably do it in singles, Kesrick.
And they would be fine if they can do it by singles. Just saw umpire Crawford signaling power play restriction. Guess the Barbados team is behind time, so no more than 3 fielders out. Not something that Barbados would want now, but they have to use what they have in the circle and work with that. Down the leg side again with a packed offside field. Making it easier for Trinidad. Sure, they wouldn't mind that. Yeah, take it down to fine leg. Yeah, this should be an easy two. Yeah, it was well played. It was slow into the pitch on the line, but it was slow, so enough time to get across the line and just tuck it down to fine leg where there's no fielder, and it brings them an easy two.
Really good cricket has been played here by Trinidad and Tobago. The captain of our Trinidad, Ramharak, is at the crease, and that one's swatted, going close to the boundary. Will it get there? No. And it just did, and that's 4 runs, and that should be victory for Trinidad and Tobago, beating Barbados here at Cumberland with a revised target of 133 from 41 overs. A revised target of 133 from 41 overs. Trinidad and Tobago beat Barbados here at Cumberland in this encounter, Kesrick.
Yeah, well played by Barbados and Trinidad. It was a good game, but Trinidad ending up beating them in a commanding fashion. Yeah, how fitting for them to finish this 50 over tournament second. They didn't do so well in the T20 version, but yeah, leaving the shores of St. Vincent and the Grenadines second in the 50 over tournament. Well played by Saw and Joseph at the top for Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, I must say I'm impressed with a lot of the players that I've seen throughout this tournament. More lows, I would say, than highs in this tournament. But remember, a lot of young players, also players coming from the under 19 to the senior level. So the transition may take time for them to groove into the senior level. But a lot of these players, the fact that they are so young, coming into the senior level, in the next couple of years or so, West Indies female cricket would be a lot stronger. A lot of young ladies. I think the average age in this tournament, I would honestly say, is probably around 19 or 20 or so, or 21, somewhere around there. Because a lot of young females participating in this tournament. But well done. So the winners of this 50 over tournament is the Windward Islands women. Congrats to them. Congrats to Coach Burnett and skipper Janelia Glasgow for the Windward Island team. Finished with the most runs of the tournament. Anisia Mohammed finishing with most wickets. Yeah, but Windward Islands, congrats. How fitting it is to win a tournament at home. For us here at the Combox, we're signing off. Myself, Kesrick Williams, Rajiv Roberts, and Sylvanus Morgan. As we say goodbye and see you next year, right here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for the West Indies Women's T20 Blaze and the West Indies Women's Super 50 Cup. See you and goodbye.